gonna start the stream up. Early. I tend to be early. I don't
Yeah.
I don't tend to sit around and wait for a timer. I've seen too many Twitch streamers, or I go to their VOD and it's like a 10-minute countdown timer, and I literally wait for the 10-minute countdown timer to expire before they actually start to stream. Even though I know they're sitting at their computer and they're just sitting there like waiting. It just frustrates me to no end. Like, anyway, now that the cat has abandoned my lap, as I started talking again, and if you all can like just ignore the giant zit on my nose, because I'm almost 45 years old, and that's what happens when you're almost 45, I guess. I don't know. Is there a late in life puberty? Anyway. So anyway, I worked a little bit yesterday doing some research. I sort of settled on, because I had two major to-do lists, two major tasks for the next step, right? I got the mixer functional, and with my minimal amount of testing, it was actually working. The temperature stuff on it was a little janky, but anyway, it's functional. I will probably put that version out on the ModDB, because it's going to take a while for the next version to actually be testable, because there's a lot of work to do, and we'll get into that here. So anyway, I've got the design document up here, but yeah, I did a bit of research yesterday, and basically settled on the pipes, a pipes implementation of some shape, and so I kind of wanted to know how that mod worked, and we'll get into that in a bit. The other to-do list, the other big item to figure out is multi-blocks. And there is a lot of layers of that are going to go into that. Not only just multi-blocks, but also like the mini dimension system that they just implemented. And basically like there's a lot of layers of stuff to figure out to get the multi-block thing working. And eventually I'm going to have to do it. But I settled on the pipes because they're only slightly more straightforward in what to do. It's not a multi-block. It's not some abstract thing that I have to figure out. It's basically moving items from A to B or moving fluids from A to B, right? That is essentially what this section of the mod is going to do. And if you're curious, it's going to be a part of the mod. I'm not going to make it a separate entity outside of the mod. There's not going to be a separate, this is the pipes, because to craft the pipes are going to take machines, right? That's part of it's going to be part of the progression. I need a reason, okay, this might make you laugh, but I need a reason for all these machines to exist. And what better reason than to mass produce components and stuff for pipes and for pumps and all that other stuff, right? So it's going to be a part of the mod, not a separate component that you then have to. I would have to figure out what recipes to build the pipes without all of my machines, which would be a nightmare. But it's going to be a lot of, rods and gears and things and stuff, right? It's just a lot of the normal things. Okay. So I've got this design document up. This is what I built way back in the very first vintage engineering stream. So a lot of ideas, just a lot of sort of brainstorming, Just kind of going through where we'll get into some of these things. Some of them have not been done, some of them have, honestly. Right here, machine ideas. It says all multi-block. It's definitely not all multi-block. No. Haven't figured out yet. There will be multi-block versions, like bigger, badder, beefier versions of all of, well, not all, but a lot of the LV tier. There'll be a multi-block big version of, say, the Crusher, and who knows what else. Like, there's various ones that I can do. Definitely the multi-block auto crafters, so the CNCs. The CNC here and the clay former are merged into the same machine. So, I don't use this to exactly dictate what I do when I do it, but this gives you an idea. And then down here we have pipes. So this has been a part of my ideas for the mod since the start. Putting this in here. Obviously, there is not a lot of detail in this section. It says network-based pipe system for items and fluids. Network-based, we'll get into that in a second, how that's kind of a misnomer or a misunderstanding of how it worked. But we'll get into that in a second. And then if you keep going down, it gets crazy, nuclear power, like crazy levels of like wish lists. And finally ending on a giant void miner multi-block. But again, a lot of the features listed in here are multi-block based. And so that feature is, I need to be able to build and plan that feature and be able to implement it quickly with a whole lot of different machines, right? So there's going to be a lot of stuff that I'm going to have to do before then to get basically like all of the intermediate blocks, right? The scaffolding, the fence blocks, treated wood, all of those little bits and bobs are going to have to go into the multi-blocks to build them. So I need to get all of those settled. But if we come down here, here's the task breakdown. Here is kind of what I sort of broke everything down and got tried to break it down into bite-sized pieces. And animation is actually done. All of my machines can actually have an animation associated with them, so I did actually get that working. There's a way to set up an animation for when a machine is crafting. Okay, so test multi-block. There's that delayed. Anyway, skipped ahead. Recipe object for each machine type. This is actually largely done. Some of the recipes are not fully fleshed out yet of the machines that are not in. So I haven't been able to strike this off because we still have a bunch of machines that go in. And here's the pipes right here. Let's see. Test big block wire connection. Yeah, this right here. Big block is a multi-block. I don't know why I have big block there, but a multi-block wire connection. Anyway, pipes, filters, routing, splitters, whatever. Pipes, style, fluid movement. The reason I picked pipes is it's very, very low latency. Very low latency. And I want to be able to have people have factories on their servers and not crush their tick rate, right? So I want low latency implementations of this. And the main thing giving it low latency is that you're not actually showing or simulating it traveling to where it's going. That is the big cost of any sort of item movement, is if you show the item, like on a conveyor belt, going from A to B, right? The rendering of that item along the line and the simulating it every tick, that is where you get a massive amount of rendering, heavy lifting. And if you avoid that, it saves a enormous amount of performance. And then the pipes itself, the mod itself, it doesn't matter how long the line is for the pipe, it will instantly move something from A to B. So you can have A, the extraction, then you could have literally a mile of pipes, and then you have down here, you have the B, which is the pushing into an inventory, and the pipes mod will take from A, push into B, and it just ignores the distance, right? The travel time of that item. It just goes A to B. And it's all, obviously based on filters and priorities and stuff like that. Which those kinds of features come after you get it working, by the way. So we will get it working. Excuse me. I will get it working and then start adding those kinds of features. I got to figure out how to do it first. God, my throat. Okay. So I did a lot of looking and research over the last couple days on the pipes mod itself. Believe it or not, the source code for the pipes mod is available to browse. Obviously, a lot of the mods for Minecraft are open source. You can actually go and browse the source. Now, also understand that the code is not directly. I cannot directly port this code, right? The number of imported, like all of these imported things here, like you have to understand the Vintage Story API is it's extensive and it's very, very good, but doesn't include all of the little bits and bobs that these guys expect. So the code is not directly transferable, and it's in a different language, right? You're looking at Java compared to C#. So what I usually do when I look at mods, or when I look at immersive engineering, or way back when I first started the mod, when I looked at immersive engineering, I get a general idea of how they built the functionality of the mod. And that kind of influences what I try to do on the other side for Vintage. I try to how did they get this feature working? What can I do to sort of at least come close to that? And so I've been looking and looking and looking at this mod, trying to figure out how it actually moves items. And I still don't know. But I think I have an idea. I could not find, and let me know if you have experience with this mod and you know what's going on. But it looks like there's not an actual network object that is created to simulate and track the pipe network. Whatever little segment of pipe. You put one pipe down, that's a network. You put 1,000 pipes in a line, that's another network, right? That's my mind. That's how I thought it worked. That's how I thought a lot of things worked. And this was no different. That when you would place these down similar to my electrical networks, right? My electrical networks are built like that. They're actual networks that are simulated. There's a bunch of inputs, there's a bunch of outputs. There could be storage. I still have to test all of that, but in general, I have to go close a window. I'm sorry. The neighbor's dogs are barking up a storm. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. The neighbors behind the place that I am at, they have 5 little yippy puntable dogs. And they leave those dogs outside in their yard all day. And they bark at literally everything. Leaves moving in the tree. So yeah, I rarely can have a window in my apartment open without having those dogs coming in and barking just constantly. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, the network. I could not find a reference to a pipe network anywhere in this mod. And I was looking. I was really, really looking. So what it looks like, what it looks like to me is each individual, when you set a pipe, let's say you place a pipe and it detects that it can connect to the adjacent one, so it adds that little nub, and then you right click it with a wrench and it sets it to extract. That, it looks like, from what I've been able to discern, which has not been easy, that is actually an individual thing that simulates the entire network, right? So the actual node that extracts, the thing that you can open a UI with and put filters in and upgrades in, that is actually that simulates on its own to send items into the network, right? And it sort of recursively builds. When you set that to extract, it like recursively builds a map of all of the pipes that are connected to it and all of the nodes that are outputs. Like, it doesn't care about other extractors, right? It does not care about other extractors. All it cares about are all of the nodes to push into, and then it just manages those, right? It just builds that basically internal list. Now, I don't know, honestly, when you place another pipe that attaches to that, how it updates the extractor. Like, I don't know. I could not find how that manages that. Like, if you have an extractor over here, you have a bunch of inserters, right? You set this to extract. It builds this list of all of these inserts. And it could, round robin distribute, closest first, furthest first, all those are settings that you can do. So it's simulating itself. And then over here, you place another pipe, right? And maybe that pipe connects to another machine. Well, how do you then inform the first extractor, right? If you're not storing a network, right, you have no central thing to inform, hey, somebody built a new thing, right? It connects to you, so inform this network, right? This network with ID of 5, you need to inform them to rebuild your internal inputs and outputs. I found no way that this mod does that. But there is a lot of code with the pipes mod. Way more than I thought there would be. Like, way more. To give you an idea, so Minecraft has a lot of the similarly named base objects that Vintage has, which is nice because it's, they're directly comparable, right? So a block entity in Minecraft is a certain thing, and the block entity in Vintage is the same sort of thing, right? They're very, very directly comparable, even though some of their functionality is different. And so the chain of objects when I was looking at this was really insane. It's really insane because when you get to like what is an actual item pipe, right? Item pipe tile entity. This is the entire code for an item pipe tile entity. So this is tile entity is the same as a block entity. So when you see tile entity in Minecraft, it's the same as a block entity. It's the same thing. So item pipes, this is it for the code for the item pipe. That's it. And it extends, which is just it's Java's way of saying, hey, this is the base object. So the base object of the item pipe is the pipe logic tile entity. Well, we can go to that. And the pipe logic, you see a bunch of code. There's some code in here. It's one step away. So there's some generic code, set extracting and stuff like that. Can insert stuff, just stuff that you would want to know. But if we go up to here, you can see this extends upgrade tile entity. Well, let's go to upgrade tile entity. And lo and behold, there's a whole bunch more code, right? There's a whole bunch of more code in here. So this has another big set of of objects, right? Now you get even more abstract, more I don't even know how you would list some of this stuff, but why I don't want to copy lines. Please stop doing that. So now you got another set of generic function calls, and you have another set of objects basically or fields or variables that this object tracks. And then this is derived from pipe tile entity. If you go to that one, look at all the imports. Look at all of the stuff that this thing imports. All of the different things. It's crazy trying to untie all of this stuff and trying to figure all of this stuff out. And you can see they're actually using NeoForge because all of these base classes are all NeoForge, which is amusing in and of itself. But the pipe tile entity finally is an extension of block entity. So this block entity is more or less in line with Vintage's block entity. And then implements iTickable block entity. And where is that? Well, that's part of his core library. So the person who made the pipes mod has an entire other library that he uses for a lot of his functionality, a lot of his generic functionality. So this code that is in the pipes mod, which is a lot, by the way, there's a lot of stuff in here, is not even the full picture. So trying to reverse engineer or at least understand how everything goes together is very, very difficult for a lot of these mods because and the bigger the mod, and now remember, all this mod does is add like 5 pipes and some requisite pipe upgrades and maybe a wrench. That's all this mod does, and it is unbelievably extensive in terms of like all of the functionality, like the GUIs, just crazy amounts of information, crazy amounts of objects going into this. Types, here's the renderer, configuration, like, oh man. So I don't know where specifically where the simulation is. This is the closest I got. Tickable block entity, right? That's like, ooh, if it's ticking, that means it's simulating. If it's actually ticking, right? So what does this give us? Well, that's in the core live block entity, tickable block entity. But in here, there is a function, a very tiny function. There it is, tick. So obviously, this is an override, and this is the tick. Well, this doesn't do much. This doesn't do much. All this does is invalidate the cache, which they have to do because I think it was mechanism. There was a code comment in here that actually references that mechanism requires the cache to be invalidated and rebuilt after 5 seconds for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it was probably a fix that they had to do for mechanism to actually get it to interface with mechanism. So there's literally nothing in here that I could find in this object or any of these other derived objects that actually moves items. If somebody out there knows this code base or at least wants to sit and look at this, let me know where that code is, because I would love to see exactly where it's actually simulating tick-based, because it has to know, if it's extracting, it has to know which upgrade has it in, what the settings are. Is it round robin? It has to know those things, and I could not find the specific functions that did that. A lot of everything in terms of like figuring out which sides are extracting, which sides are connecting, stuff like that. And then, the building of the actual pipe is done in a way that I don't think is directly replicatable in Vintage. Now, I think there's going to be a little bit of that we're going to be able to do. But basically, in his, let's go to pipes. Let's go him here. Yeah, this guy is a little crazy. Current streak, 1,243 days in a row that he has contributed or pushed code into his repository. 1,200 days. 4 years straight of every day pushing code into your repository. Granted, he's got 108 repositories. So, like, this guy is prolific. Like, crazy amount of code that he is committing. I don't even know. But here's his pipes. Here's CoreLib. Here. So we go to CoreLib source, CoreLib block entity, I think. There's the tickable block entity. Boom, there's the tick. Right? But that's it. This is it. Like, okay. A little crazy. iServer tickable block entity. Tick server, probably tick client. Simple block entity ticker. So avoid tick. Yeah, so he just, for some reason, he set up his own ticking system. I don't know why. Because he probably inherits one from Forge. But Vintage does things very, very different. Vintage does not tick everything every tick. You have to register a tick listener. Cat, what do you want? What do you want? Huh? You have to register a tick listener, and then you can give it whatever delay that you want. Right? Minecraft ticks 20 times a second. Guaranteed. Right? Everything ticks except for some things. But like all the machines and stuff would tick 20 times a second. So it's reliable in that sense, which is why everything is based on like power per tick. But for vintage, you're not locked into that. You can tick however fast or slow that you want. And now I would recommend you not tick super fast because that would be a major burden on the simulator. But all my machines tick every 10th of a second, 10 times a second, which is more than plenty. If you've actually played with the version of the mod that's out there, 10 times a second is more than enough to get you to see, progress on a recipe, power input output, and then the electric network actually ticks 4 times a second, not 10, not 20, but 4 times a second, much less, which is why all of my statistics are not per tick but per second, because it's way easier to multiply your power per second multiplied by the delta time from the last update. So much easier to do that versus just hard code the tick, right? If it was hard coded power per tick, then every tick it would do the same value. It would be easier, probably less rounding errors. Whole numbers would be nice. But yeah, I just anyway. So there's all the ticks. I don't think you would have anything in here. Like, look at all of the code inside of this. Like, this is a huge amount of code. Huge. Just in this library. So, yeah, energy utils. Push energy. Not really sure why he has these. I don't know what other mods use his core lib, like, because Forge has its own energy interface, so it's really weird. Provider, energy storage. Yeah, Neoforge energy. I basically replicated some of the functionality of the Forge energy interface with my energy interface. That I have submitted that energy interface to Tyrone for use for integration into the base game. I don't think he's done it yet. My interface has quite a bit more to it. Trying to future-proof it, trying to be able to support it for everybody. Entity, fluid, utils. I mean, these might be. Get fluid handler. 57. Get capability. Yeah. So much stuff for these mods are it's so abstract. You know, you have to understand that Forge and now NeoForge, this modding subsystem has been evolving for 10 years. And like maybe over 10 years. I don't even know what was the first version of Minecraft that was actually moddable by Forge. Like, I don't even know. I don't know how far back it goes. I do know that I think the first version of Minecraft, modded Minecraft that I played was 1.7.10. I think that was my first experience with modded Minecraft. That seems like ancient history. 1.7.10. Considering it's on 1.20 right now. So getting back to the pipes, I started writing some things down here. Let's see if I can get back, and then pipes, and then source. So one of the things is the blocks themselves. Okay, so pipe block. Look at all of the imports in here. I mean, that is a lot. That is a lot of imports. A lot of things. Now, granted, anytime there's a variable or a data type that's used, you import it, right? So block position, fluid tags, containers, block item stack, all of that is in here too. Voxel utils, this is one that scares me here, but that's in that core lib again, voxel utils. But it's a pretty simple system, and it uses a forge way of building a shape. And there's really no easy way to do that in Vintage. You can adjust shapes, but I don't know if there's a way to save an adjusted shape. Like, I don't know if we have to, every time the game loads, it has to rebuild the shape, or if you could actually save that shape out. I don't know if there's a way to do that. But essentially, this object was a little bit nicer because it was far more understandable and more intuitive. Building up the shape, everything is based on the block, which is understandable. And then there are just booleans for all of the different directions, right? The 6 different directions, there's a boolean value for that. I don't know why these two exist. Waterlogged, like, why would you waterlog a pipe? I don't know why you would do that. But anyway, imagine you place the pipe down. When you place it and it doesn't attach to anywhere, it's just the central square, right? It's just the square in the center of a block. But as soon as you put a block next to it that it can actually connect to, it adds a little nub onto the side. And that's what this object does. There is a unbelievable amount of code that does that. I'm just going to scroll through this really quick to give you a sense of how much code. There's a bunch more variables. There's a difference here between shapes and extract shapes. So this builds the shapes array, basically a list. And then this builds the extract shapes, because you can have individual ones or extractors and stuff like that. Okay. So you keep going. And then a whole bunch of overrides, blah, 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 blah. So there we go. 573 lines just to manage the different shapes. And there is a function in here that builds the shape. Voxel shape is I I believe, a forge thing. And so here are your voxel utils that are combining the shape, right, with some arbitrary box, and the box, I don't even know. I'm sure this is a forge call, block.box. This is literally drawing a box, another box. But how does it get a texture? Like, what is it actually doing? I have no idea. My mind is not, when my mind sees stuff like this, it's just, I didn't develop the skills or the muscles to be able to visualize what this actually is. 5, 5, 0, 11, 11, 5. So obviously these are two sets of XYZ coordinates. And the D, I believe, is double, but like, how does it relate to a box in a block space? Obviously 5, 5, 0 is a coordinate, and then 11, 11, 5 is another coordinate, but is it is it 11? Is there a max of 16 segments? Similar, because that would make sense, because that's how Vintage does it. Is there are 16 different voxel spaces inside of a block, X, Y, and Z, 16, right? So when you set up the collision box and selection box, it's always in 1/16th increments, right? 0.0625, and so on and so on. I have that, or I should have that. Did I throw it away or something? I had a Post-it note that had all of the fractional numbers of the coordinates around here somewhere. I don't even remember where it went. Oh no. It's around here somewhere. But anyway, so yeah, 1/16th coordinates. So yeah, I think the highest value in here is 16. I don't think there's any bigger. There's another 16, there's another 16. There's a 16. So it seems like that's how it works. It's just dynamically building a box, which is kind of weird. I don't know if there's a way to do that in Vintage. And I especially don't know what texture it actually takes. Like, how do we know what texture it takes? So obviously the shape for extraction is based on the normal connection shape plus another box, another shape that it just arbitrarily adds to the base shape. So there's not even a thing to look at what that means. But yeah, the voxel utils combine, right? Everything is based on if it's extracting and then combines those shapes. But the voxel utils got combined. I actually looked at that function, and all this does is call a forge call that does an OR on the two shapes, right? Combine this shape and this shape, and it is literally just an OR, right? And or XOR, those binary operations. It just ORs the shape. So the ORing, it just combines the two shapes together. Now, I don't know if there's a direct translation to Vintage for doing that with shapes. I just don't think there is. The shapes in Vintage are much more complex. And especially the texturing of the shapes. Because if memory serves, when you do an extract, if you right-click on a pipe to set it to extract, it adds just a little like bulge or something onto the pipe. I think. It's been a year or two since I played mine on Minecraft. I think that's how it works. So anyway, this oh man, I just don't know why it's so complex. I think that this sort of became much more complex as he developed the mod, or as the author developed the mod. And I'm sure some of the abstractness is needed, but again, I don't know why you need 5 tiers of block entity objects before you get to the actual entity type that you want, right? Why not take pipe logic, upgrade tile, pipe tile, all in one, right? Why not combine all of those into one master object, and then your individual tiles, fluid, energy, are all based off of the big master block, right? The one that is the base of all of them. There's no reason why not to do that that I've seen, right? Because all of the specific types use the same call, right? They use the same call. So you have all of these, and there's just no reason for it. Mod tile entities, this is just what is actually like registering to the game. These are registering the game. All of the different objects. And the fact that he has different renderers for each concerns me as well. Because what I've been trying to do with vintage engineering is really trying to optimize the rendering side of things as well as the simulating side of things. And trying to minimize the overhead. So like the animation system, you might think to yourself, oh, like the animation system is, a custom renderer. Well, the animation system actually uses base game vanilla mechanics. I don't actually spin up a custom renderer for each machine's animation. That's all taken care of by default by the base game, right? It's basically the same kind of animator that animates like the gears and the windmill and stuff like that. Like it's just a simple animator. The things that have custom renderers are the things like, so the metal press doesn't have a custom renderer, but it does have a custom tessellator call, right? And that anytime you add a shape, you override the tessellation engine and you build your shape. The one that I know for a fact has a custom renderer is the Forge. And the reason it has to have a custom renderer is when you place like an ingot on the Forge and it heats up the ingot starts to glow, and that required a custom renderer. Unfortunately. So I know for a fact that one has a custom renderer. Okay, so I've been, I was trying to drawing, sort of putting down ideas here, and I am open to any ideas, comments, suggestions, or ways of doing this as painlessly as possible. But basically, my thought is the pipe block. Look, oh jeez, it's great how many imports there are. So the pipe block would be the base block type for each then individual pipe block, like item pipe, fluid pipe, stuff like that. Right? So whatever goes into the base block, I can use this extensive system here. And remember, the block is very generic. It's basically the shape, the texture, and tracking the connection points, right? Because the block is the thing that's in the world, and it would be the thing that the shape would have to be custom to whatever directionality, whatever sides that are connecting to it. So, the big things to figure out, the big unknowns, is you have the base pipe, you have the sides, and you have the sides that are extracting. How do you encode, track which ones are which, save or at least build that shape once and whenever it's needed? On neighbor block change is a thing that we can do. So if a neighbor block changes, there's going to have to be some detection code. We did the neighbor block change stuff. Or I know I did neighbor block change stuff for a couple blocks now. The LV generator has it and stuff. So that's definitely code that I've touched before. But tracking the sides, the connections, tracking the sides which are extractions, having custom selection and collision boxes for each side. That is a thing that we're gonna have. I am gonna have to figure out, because let's say you have a pipe block that has 3 different machines around it, one of which is extracting. Right? That's 3 different selection boxes and 3 different collision boxes that you're going to have to be able to interact with individually in the same block space. So similar to how I customize wire connection collisions and selection boxes, right? I override that whole system for wire connections. Which is why when you're holding wire, you're not able to select the machine. You're able to select that little nub of wire on the side of the machine. Because I override, when you're holding wire or wire cutters, I detect that and only give you the box regarding the wire. That's all I give you. So on that front, we have to figure out how to build the collision boxes in a way that we can track which one is which, because there's going to be possibly 7 different collision boxes, right? You have the center, you have the actual block, and then all 6 sides are going to have their own collision and selection boxes. It just has to happen, because you have to be able to interact with them individually. And then once you interact with them individually, you have to be able to tell which one you interacted with. And I have no idea how to do that. No idea. Because let's say you have that example block with 3 connections. Well, because there's 7 possible collision boxes, the 3 that are there are the only ones that you can select, right? The only ones that exist. The other ones you skip. So if you interact with one, what you get back is the index of the one you interacted with. But if there's only 3, or in this case 4, 3 connections plus the center, you're going to have an index from based on 0 to 3, a total of 4 selection boxes. But they might not be in the same order. So I don't know how to there's no way to, like, I don't think there's a way to name a collision box, right? Maybe I should request that feature from Tyrone, like, hey, literally everything else in the game can be named. Like, can we name collision boxes instead of just reference them by index? That would be nice. So that's the block side of the shenanigans. The block side is going to have to track, store, and save its connection points, its connection information. That's struggle number one. And that's what this object does. That's all this object does. So I don't know what this is. Item block, like that's a core live thing. Simple waterlogged block, that is not even in here. And then entity block is also not in here. Okay, well, I guess that must be part of block or part of forge. It's the only thing I can think of there. Maybe not even forge. Maybe it's just, I don't even see NeoForge in here. This is all Minecraft based stuff. Anyway, so this is all based on the physical look of the block, but it also, very much I'm very much going to need to require to track each individual segment. That's just a given. You just have to. Each individual possible connection. And then the entity. So here's the big question, everybody. Here's the big question. Because I cannot find, and you are welcome to browse this source code yourself if you can answer these questions. If you can find where it actually simulates and moves the actual items around, I would love to know that, because I have not been able to find it yet. I have no idea where that is. There's a lot of building of connections. There's a lot of, because remember, the tile entity in Minecraft, the tile entity is the same as a block entity, right? It is a unique object per block space. So when you're looking at a tile entity here, it's a single block space, and it just manages all of the little connections and all the things around that one block. That's all that it does. The extracting sides, the connected sides, disconnected sides, so it actually tracks which sides are disconnected, which is kind of weird. Here's that invalidating because mechanism is broken. Yeah. The invalidate countdown, remember that tick thing that I showed you, that the validated countdown? Invalidating the cache 5 ticks after load and just rebuilds the cache. So the connection objects, I think, are, I don't know if those are, it's weird that they're not in here. Public static class connection. Oh, it's in this file. Yep, there it is. So they have a custom connection, block position direction. I'm guessing that is basically a block facing. So we have in Vintage, we have block facing, and that's essentially what that would be. I'm betting. Which block face is the direction. Connection. Item handler. Block capability cache. That's a very bizarrely named. So a lot of mechanism, even though mechanism has been updated, for some reason they haven't. I did look at mechanism code. You don't even want. I would suggest never ever looking at the mechanism source code. It is. It's insane. If you look at the mechanism source code, you'll just want to crawl into a ball in the fetal position and just cry because it's obscenely complex. It is so massive, the code base for mechanism. Because think of how big that mod is, right? It has its own like armor sets and upgrades. It has its own inventory management system. It has many, many, many tiers of machines and nuclear and multi-blocks. Oh my God, it is unbelievable how crazy that code base is. Yeah, maintaining something like that, I don't even want, like, whew. Anyway. So, like, get item handler. Item handler. Get capability. Like, I don't even know what these, like, what is the item handler? Item handler. Neoforge. Okay. Like, maybe there's something. Oh man, item handler, get capability. $5.16. Mechanism. Get fluid handler, get energy, get item. Capabilities, item handler dot block. So this get capability, like this was, if you actually look in the individual item pipe, like I bet you somewhere in here, item pipe dot get, like somewhere in there is probably the get capabilities or something. But so you can see how it's like the T here, this is generic. I would love to be able to code like this, but I can't code like this. Not right now. It causes stuff to be too abstract. My mind is very literal. Once I get it working, once I get something functional, then I can step back and be like, okay, let's build this to be a little bit more generic, right? One little step at a time. So connection is obviously block position, direction, and distance. But why would there be a distance in here? It's almost like the connection. I'm trying to piece together how this stuff works. So it looks like there's a map of all of the connection. But again, so the tile, I know the tile entity tracks and maintains the inputs and outputs. That's basically what I see here. So it's not the mod is not actually building a network that it stores all of the nodes of the network. It's not doing that. Which boggles my mind, because that would mean when you load the map, when you load your game, or when a chunk loads that was previously unloaded that has a pipe in it, if that pipe is extracting, if it's set to extracting, what it looks like happens, the cascade of events that happens, is very similar to how Vintage Story builds its mechanical networks. The mechanical networks in Vintage Story are built from the generator, which currently is only the windmill block. So that block, that windmill block, that's what starts the building of the network. And it just recursively follows whatever block space and directions, right? Axles have a certain direction, so it just follows those. Gears interact, and those gears interact. So it just builds the network from the source, right? From the power source on down. Everything that's connected from that. It does not actually save the network. It builds a network that's an actual network object. I could pull up the Vintage Story code base and show you there is a mechanical network object. So it builds the network, but if a chunk is unloaded that includes part of a network, the network gets scrapped and it says, oh, it's not loaded. And it basically unloads it. And then it rebuilds it if you go back. So it's not actually saved to disk, but it does build it from the source, which looks like it's very similar to how this works, in that when you set something to extract, like when you set one of those nubs to extract, it is building recursively, building the network from that point. And I don't know, and it's not even actually saving a network, it's just saving all of the connections into the tile entity, which is the block entity. So it's saving those connections in the block that is set to extract, because it's the block that manages that. So I'm right now not sure to find shortest way for A star. I don't think A star doesn't apply. Zondan, is it Zondan? Zondan? A star doesn't apply because A star is a pathfinding algorithm that can go in any direction. This sort of thing only ever follows the pipes. It is very linear in terms of the pipes that it has to follow. It's not a completely open field that can go in all sorts of directions. It is literally, following a pipe around, and it's mapping all of the pipes that are connected. All of the connections that it finds, right? It ignores extraction. It has to ignore extractions because all of those extraction nodes also have built a network. So it's like each extraction node in the pipe's network stores and maintains the actual network, all of the connections of the network, without informing any of the connections of the network, right? Because if you have, let's say you have a really big pipes network, you've got 16 inserts, like 16 machines that are inserting, and you have like 5 extracts. Every single one of those 5 extracts, every one of them would have a reference to the 16 inserts, right? Every one of those 5 extracts, and they would all be ticking individually. This extract would tick, and it would, depending on the settings and the speed and the upgrades and the filters that it would have, it would insert, like maybe it's round robin, and it's inserting one every tick. right? It's and it's just going through them. And so one tick would happen. This extract would tick into this one. The next extract, which is independent of the first extract, ticks the first one in its list, wherever that might be. All 5 extracts would tick on their own, having stored that map, which is fine. But does have to check what is connected. Yes, it has to iterate recursively through all of the pipe blocks. So it has to look at all of the northeast, southwest, up, down blocks, right? Because diagonal connections would not connect. It's basically what they call taxi cab geometry, which is, like, think of how a taxi cab goes through a city, like a gridded city. So it's only northeast, southwest, up, downs that it would have to check. Any of those pipes, it would just basically recursively, and I've already done algorithms like that. My World Eater, the World Eater now runs in vein mining mode. It actually builds a map of the vein that it's mining until it hits an upper limit of number of blocks. Once that upper limit is hit, or it runs out of blocks, it mines it, right? It just scoops it all up in one shot. So I've already done algorithms like that. Very, very not easy, but very well known to me. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. But how? Here's the question that I struggle with. How? Let's say you have that example, and I should like open Photoshop or something. Oh, it's going to open over on that monitor. That's great. Okay. Oh my God. Can we please? Let's open this one. Then don't mind all of this because reasons. Layers. There we go. It's just no. Mixer. Barrel. CNC. These are all my mock-ups for all my GUIs. Right? The sawmill, I don't even know which one. Oh, level 13. Okay, so let's do another folder, and let's do just like Sketchpad. And I use Photoshop because I've been using Photoshop for literally 30 years. So it's just what I'm comfortable with, and I know how it all works. So GIMP, I tried using GIMP. And there are just enough differences with GIMP that I just get super frustrated because I can't find the exact feature that I want, and it's just like super frustrating. So, trying to finish my coffee before it goes ice cold, and ugh. It was a little bit lukewarm. Okay, so an example here would be. Let's say we have a connection here. Say we have a machine here. We have a machine here. We have a machine. Well, I mean, we can do this and just go this, and then that, and then that, and then that, and then that. Okay. So don't mind the crazy shenanigans here. We're gonna simulate the pipe being like this, right? Now, if we want, let's connect this. And yeah, this is going to be janky, but stay with me. And then we're going to set up okay. So now, which ones of these are going to be extract? Let's actually say the blue ones are going to be extract. So let's say this one is extract, right? And we're just going to put a box around that. This one's going to be extract. And then this one's going to be extract. Okay. So here is the conundrum. What happens? So this extract keeps track of this node, this, and this node, right? It has a map, and it has this block space, which is right here, right? This same block space is connected to this one, and this one, and this one. It's kind of what I was going for here, even though this is really janky looking and definitely not on a grid. But, so this block space has 3 different connections. This is set to extract, but this is set to insert. So this extract point, even though this is all one block, this is what I kind of struggle with. This is all one block. So these 2 nodes are extract, but this one is insert. So that's 3 separate things that have to track this. So this tile entity would have to have individual lists, right? It would have to have individual lists for each connection, up to 6 in that block space. All six directions, right? Northeast, southwest, up, down. You have to have 6 different lists, 6 different functionality lists, one for each direction, because this extract and this extract could have different filters and different settings and different upgrades, right? So that's two different functionalities in one block space. So that's problem 1. Problem 2 is this contains, let's just say this contains a connection of here, and this one, and this one, and this one. So 5 different inserts. So this one has a list of 5 connections. This one has a list of 5 connections, and this one has a list of all 5 connections. This one's 5 connections basically would start here and just kind of go and build onto there. Why not a block with all directions, but the end block pipes make the input out? I don't really understand what you mean by that. The end block pipes is the input output. Are you talking about like individual blocks? If you're talking about individual blocks, that would mean you have to craft the individual blocks separately, whether or not it's, say, this block, which is just nothing, and this block, which has a connection here, and then this block, which has 3 connections. Like if you have a different block for every possible type of connection, now you're looking at a block that has 6 possible connections times 6 possible connections, right? That's 36 combinations of connections. That's 36 separate blocks that you would have to put down, right? That's not really optimized. Building the shape is a lot better because you can just take one piece and add it to the shape, and there you go. There's your shape. Yeah, chutes. Yeah, the chutes are not really meant for really large networks because they're based on gravity. You can't build a chute, connect it to a chest over here, and have like just pure horizontal chutes and connect it to a chest over here and have it move. It just won't work. So it's all based on gravity and based on distance. Okay, getting back to my issue here, because I'm just trying to talk this through and talk this out, is so this one, the connection mapping of this one is kind of the reverse of these two. This one starts here and connects all of those. Basically, think of it just as a stack, right? Oh, it finds a connection, add it to the stack. The next connection, right? The pipes in themselves, to move items, distance does not matter. It does not matter. Because it doesn't care about distance. It doesn't. Because in between these two, let's just say instead of this looking like it's one block, let's say this is actually 100 blocks separating the two, right? Instead of there being one little spot, imagine it's actually 100 blocks separating the two sides. Distance in the pipes mod does not matter. It doesn't affect how fast it transfers items. If this thing was set to round robin and this was 100 blocks, right? It would insert into there, into there, into there, into there, and then the next tick would insert into there. It would not care that it was 100 blocks separated. It would do it no matter what. It would not wait 100 ticks and then put it in. It does it immediately, which is where you get the low latency, low FPS lag, right? That's what I'm going for here. Yes, it would be awesome if we could have conveyor belts. If we could have like cool looking shit. That would be awesome. But it is a terrible burden on the renderer, which is why if you have a create factory with conveyor belts all over the place, your rendering performance collapses, right? That is the reason why I'm avoiding doing why I'm avoiding conveyor belts. They're just super inefficient in a voxel game. Incredibly inefficient.
A game has to be designed around the capability of doing that. Like Factorio has invested tons and tons of effort in making their conveyor belts efficient. Well, yeah, the conveyor
belt code of Factorio is probably some of the lowest level code that they have in the game. Like super low level. And Factorio is a 2D game. So they only ever have to worry about one XY plane. That's it. When you eliminate the Z plane, when you eliminate 3 dimensions, that is a huge amount of savings, which is why Factorio is a sprite-based 2D game. The conveyor belts. If you look at Satisfactory is 3D and it has conveyor belts, but each conveyor belt section, right? When you drag a conveyor belt from this point way over to this point, that conveyor belt section between those two is one simulated object, right? When it ticks, when the engine ticks it, it simulates the entire length of that conveyor belt, right? And even then, you can still get major FPS lag when you have a lot of conveyor belt sections. All right, so back to sort of the struggle that I'm having with this is, all right, let's say you have this network built and working, and everything is simulating, objects are being inserted and removed. I've somehow fixed or figured out how to do all the things. Now, because each one of these is not saving the network, the entire network, right? It's not saving the network. All it is tracking the connection points. So the network, all of these blocks in the middle are just basically dummy blocks that don't do anything. Right? Let's say there's a block there, there's a block there, there's a block there, there's a block there. Those blocks are not doing anything other than allowing the recursive engine to travel between the two. It's not actually saving a network ID. There's no network ID that I've been able to find in the code, right? None of these blocks are saving a network ID, which clues you in to the fact that it's not building, maintaining, or creating a network inside of these blocks. There is no network ID that I could find. Nothing. Go up here. Connection cache, blah, blah, blah. And then I think it was like upgrade tile entity, upgrade inventory. I don't know. That has inventory, I guess. It has to have some basically. Yeah, I think it has to have some sort of internal inventory for it to move items around, et cetera, et cetera. But baseline, no network ID. Not even in the blocks. We go to pipe block. It has like all of the connection stuff, right? Up, down, northeast, southwest. Has data is just a what has data? I have no idea whether or not it's waterlogged. I don't really care about that right now. And then so there's no network ID. So looking at this, there's no network ID. So what happens if I add a machine down here and once I create this machine, once I plop it down, this network or this block right here, remember there's a block in between right there. There's a block right there. This block would have a on neighbor block change event, and it would pick that up. It would look at the block that was just placed. It would see that it's a machine, and it would be like, oh, I can connect to that machine. And it would connect to that machine. Now, that would happen instantly. You'd place the block. The pipe would detect, hey, I have a neighbor block changed. Connect to it, and it would rebuild. It would build the shape. It would add the little segment to connect to the block. But now, this, and this do not see that connection. So the problem in my mind, my programmatic problem, is how does this block then inform the network, quote unquote, that there was a new block changed? The only way that I can see that it would be able to do that is if this block triggered this block change and a new connection was indeed verified and connected, that it would then have to recursively spider its way out, going block to block to block to block to block, and it would find, oh, there's an extractor. And it would recursively go out on either side, however crazy the network is, it would find all of the extractors and then call a function saying rebuild your network, right? It would basically it would spider out and find the extractors, and it would tell the extractors, boom, rebuild your network. There's a change on the network. That's the only way, without building the network, that I could see to do this. That's the only way, is if it actually, on the event of a neighbor block change, on the event that it actually has a new connection, that it would rebuild, or it would inform all of the extractors. Now, that takes clock cycles. When you're iterating through blocks, when you're finding and basically recursively going through blocks, every block space you go to you have to grab the block, right? It's a call to the block accessor.get block, blah, 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 blah. It is literally going bit by bit, grabbing each block, verifying it, checking all of its connections, and if one of those connections is an extract, calling a function on that saying rebuild your network, and then moving on to the next extraction. Rebuild network, rebuild network. And then the rebuild network, boom, does the same thing. It's going individual blocks. So this is where, if you think back, if you have experience with a mod like Applied Energistics, this is the best example that I can come up with because it's the most obvious. If you have an Applied Energistics network, late game, big network, and you add a wire to the network, right? You have a stub of a wire coming out, and you have this enormous network behind it. You have all these CPUs, all these autocrats. You have a huge network behind it. And you have this stub of a wire. When you place another wire on the front, it takes a hot minute for it to actually connect, right? It takes just enough time to connect those wires. Or if you have two separate networks and you place something in between to connect those networks, there's actually noticeable lag to do that. That is what you would get with this system, is you would get that lag as it's rebuilding those networks. You would get that lag. So in the case that I just went through here, the pipe iterates through it basically iterates through the network, finds all the extraction nodes, and then informs them, basically queues up a command and says, rebuild your network on the next tick. Basically marking it dirty, right? The same mark dirty that you use in code and Vintage right now, right? You can mark an item slot dirty. You can mark an inventory dirty. You can mark almost anything dirty. And it basically rebuilds and resends it to clients. So essentially you would mark the network dirty, or you'd mark the connections dirty, right? You would inform that it would be marked dirty. And then the very next update tick, it would detect, oh, I am marked dirty, rebuild the network. So the steps would be place block, new connection is made. Block now, or the block entity, basically, the block entity spiders through the whole entire network, right? Block to block to block, finding all of the extraction nodes, whatever size that network might be, finds the extraction nodes, updates the extraction nodes, hey, mark it dirty, rebuild your network. The next tick goes by, every single one of those extraction nodes, you could have 3, you could have 30. Every one of them now goes through again and iterates all through the entire mess of blocks, one after another, rebuilding and finding all of its insertion nodes, and then finally adding the new node. Because like this one over here, it would be marked dirty, so it would scrap its connections, and then go here, add this, 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 go, boom, add this. These ones would do the exact same thing, and this one would do the exact same thing. So you're rebuilding it 3 times for every extraction node. In my humble opinion, that is incredibly wasteful. In my opinion, incredibly wasteful in CPU cycle, in update cycle. So I present to you, my dear viewers, an alternate way of looking at this. Let me catch up on chat here for a second. Only for full belts. Full belts. Yeah, full belts are full belts on Factorio are very efficient. But it's still very, very well programmed, because I've played Mega Base Factorio and had millions of belts, very few of them were actually full, and it still, was pretty rock solid. So they've done a lot of work on that game. I don't want to minimize the amount of work that they've done. Okay, recalc the entire pipe. That's what I just talked about. But it would have to recalc it 3 times. Recalc this, recalc it from here, recalc it from here. 3 different iterations of that. Basically tripling. Now, instead of 3, imagine there's another branch of the pipe coming down here, and there's another 10 extracts, right? Now we've gone from 3 iterations to 13 iterations of the exact same process. Incredibly inefficient. But this is what the actual code does. Because each extract has its own map. Because an extract has filters. Remember, the filter system means I'm only filtering XYZ, right? And individually, it could be random, round robin, nearest first, farthest first. I think those are the settings from the actual mod. Each extract has the possibility of having a unique set of filters and options. The only way to be able to support that is if each extract is an individual entity of itself. If it simulates independently based on whatever settings it has. That's the way to do that. So, like, if this one is set to round robin, right, then it would build the list of, it would have the list of all the inserts, and it would be able to iterate through that list individually. If this one was nearest first, then it would only look at this one until this one is full, and then it would do this one. Then it would be based on distance. So it would have to order them. This one wouldn't care about distance. This one would. And this one would be like, oh, distance, this one's full, then the distance here, then the distance here, then the distance here. If this were to be added, remember the original was just these 4, right? If this one is on nearest first, then it would look here, 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 and here. You add this one would have to be rebuilt, and it would have to track the distances. So it would basically rebuild itself and then order everything based on distance. This one would not have to do that. Right? It would have a different functionality, and then this one might be, furthest first. So it would look at this one first. So each individual extract has its own settings that would have to be taken into account when the network is built. So the issue for me is, okay, if we go to a network-based system where the entire network is actually stored as its own object, similar to how I do the electric network, right? I build the electric network. It is an object that is stored to disk. All the wires that you run in your world, using my mod, are all the wire connections themselves are saved. The 3D objects, right? The actual wire that you see rendered in the game, those are not saved to disk. That would be too much data. So I just save the connection points, and then when you reload the world, it regenerates once. It regenerates all of the wires, because the wires are static. They're not moving. Once the wire connection is made, it's a known, right, starting point and ending point. That's all you need to know. It regenerates the wire. And if you go out of range, right, if you leave the area, the renderer stops rendering it but that doesn't mean it scraps the 3D object. It just means that it stops rendering it because you're out of range. So, a network-based system, let's talk this through and see if we have any major problems. A network-based system would basically build the network or the exit of the... Are you talking with extract? Are you talking with extract of the machine? I don't know. Let's see. The extract would be the pipe attached to a machine or a chest. Anything that has an inventory. Basically, the pipes themselves, functionality-wise, when they look at a block that they're either placed next to or that's placed next to them, it will look at that block to see if it has an inventory. Basically, is that a block container, right? Is it a block entity that has an inventory, block entity container or whatever it was? There are some low-level objects that have an inventory, and if it has an inventory, then I know, hey, I can connect to it with an item pipe. Now, fluid pipes, that's a whole different mess. That's a whole different ball of wax. But an item pipe is pretty straightforward if there's an inventory. Fluid pipes, yes, it would have to check to see if it's an inventory, because you can't have fluid without an inventory. But the inventory, specifically to be a fluid, would have to be like, is there an item slot that is item slot liquid only, right? That's basically a fluid inventory. So a little more specific in terms of fluid pipes. So I'm just right now talking about item pipes. They're the most straightforward. Basically looking at inventories. Looking at what inventories are supported and basically using the chute system to insert into inventory. Right? Because the chute system, all of my machines, literally all of my machines in the mod, support chutes by default. So the auto input and auto extract calls are supported by all of the inventories of my machine. So that's what the chutes interact with. The item pipes will do the same thing. It's going to use the same system. Because I'm not looking at reinventing the wheel here. I'm looking at being able to interface with all the vanilla-based things, vanilla chests, crates, all of that stuff. And the only way to do that is to look at the base objects, base inventory container. So if we build it as a network, what are the pitfalls of that? Building it individually based on the extraction nodes, I think would be really inefficient. But again, it would only ever do it when the network changes. Now, I don't know what to look for in this like crazy level of objects, like on wrench clicked. Obviously, side does not equal null. If extracting, so it looks at, is it extracting? If it is extracting, remove the extracting. Set disconnected, basically removes the connection. Basically hides that. Otherwise, if it's not extracting, set it to extracting and unhide it. Right? Unhide it. Else hide it. The set disconnected looks like that's what's hiding. That's what's hiding it. So what happens? Get block state. Set extracting. Able to connect. So it checks to see if it's able to connect. If if it's able to connect, this sets it to false, which means it shows that nub to connect. Set disconnected, false, right? False. Otherwise, set disconnected, world inside position, false. Where is, yeah, there it is, mark pipes dirty. I bet you anything this actually is the thing. Mark pipes dirty. Pipe tile entity, mark pipes dirty. I bet you that is what rebuilds it. We'll look at that in a second. Pipe side force activated. That is basically you right click with the wrench to actually force it. Is extracting, is disconnected. Pipe that is disconnected side. Set disconnected. So this probably rebuilds. Set block and update. Yep. This is definitely rebuilding the shape. Is connected. There's just a lot of. There has to be a lot of code because remember, it's the block that you're iterating. You're not iterating through the block entities. You're getting the block at a position. And you're looking at that block going, what connections do you have? Right? It's the block that stores the connections because it's the physical block that changes depending on the connections that you make. So that is it's a different way of looking at it because I'm used to the block entities having unique information. But in this case, when you have blocks, either power, power items, fluid, when you have individual blocks that are the connections, then it's the block itself and how the block is encoded and the shape of it that returns whether or not there are connections. Okay, so on neighbor, there's a neighbor changed, right? Neighbor changed. Just has some base calls, get value equals. Oh, just it's very it's so abstract. It's so hard to read sometimes. This is building and returning the shapes. And I think I have an idea of how I want to do that. I'm not 100%, but I have an idea. I'm really hoping to be able to save the shape. Okay, so where was that highlighted thing? Pipe tile entity dot mark pipes dirty. Let's find that. Mark pipes dirty. What is this doing? It's a static. A static means you don't need an instance of the function. You don't need to actually call it like if you declare a variable and then you instantiate the variable and then you call it, you don't need to do that. A static means it will do it regardless. Right? It will do it regardless of the call. That's kind of what static means. I think it means the same thing in Java. So this is not, mark pipes dirty is not actually being called on an individual instance of the pipe, which is why you pass in the world and the position, right? Because it doesn't matter what variable, what pipe segment is being called. It's a static, so it does it no matter what. So this, I think, is probably the function that does all of the things. Mark pipes dirty, travel positions. So this is a list of block position. Linked list. Ooh, a linked list. That's rough. There's a queue. Well, C# has a queue object where you can push and pop from the queue. All right, so this is getting the block from the position. If the block is not a pipe block, obviously we're not looking at a pipe block. If we are, then basically cast the block that we grab to the pipe block. Grab the entity of that position. Right? We want the entity for what reason? We iterate through all of the directions. This right here, a 4, this is iterating through all the possible directions, which is essentially northeast, southwest, up, down. In one of those, in whatever order that you think. If it's extracting, if the pipe block can connect pipe tile entity, set extracting. Okay, so if the pipe is extracting and it cannot connect, then set it to not extracting. Has reason, oh my God, has reason to stay? Are you kidding me? Has reason to stay. What the hell is that going to return? Set has data, and then sync. What data is it syncing though? Okay, so this essentially looks at the position that we pass in, that we marked dirty, and it looks like whatever direction we're looking at, we are iterating through all of the directions. Essentially, what this does is if you like remove a block, it would remove, the connection to that block because it doesn't exist anymore. But only if that's extracting. If it's an insert, that must come down here. Travel positions is that array of block positions. So we add the position, add to dirty list. Good Lord. So if I can just generically talk about what this might be doing. This is iterating through instance of pipe block. Yes. So this is travel positions is that block position. So we add the block position that we passed in. Add to dirty list. Comes down here. Travel positions. Okay, so we're actually passing in the travel positions. We're iterating through all of the connection directions. And if the direction contains... if we have a connection in any direction, we iterate through them all, then we add that to the position. Right? So we add the very first one. Then we call this, which goes through all of the directions. If any of those directions have a connection, then we add that to the list, and then we do the while, because we're adding to the list as we go. So this is what's spidering through all of the pipes, right? So this function here actually is spidering through and adding all of the different connections. And if it's an extraction, it's validating. Well, it's just right now, this is just adding to the list. Okay, so once it runs out, once the queue runs out and it runs out of connections, right? We've gone through all of the blocks, all of the connections, and then we run out of connections, then this block is called. Okay, so we're iterating through all of the positions that we've added to the dirty list. And we're iterating through, and we're seeing how many of them are pipe tiles. And we set the connection cache to null. I would bet doing that forces them to rebuild the connection cache, setting it to null. I would bet. Because you're grabbing the pipe tile entity, and the connection cache is the cache. So, update connection cache. Yeah. Is being called by number 67 right here. Get connections. Update connection. Yeah, see, if connection cache is equal to null, update it. So update connection cache. Level. What is level? That must be the save game. Think. There's your map, your hash map. Another map. Probably block position integer. That's probably... The integer is probably distance. Maybe? No, maybe not. Block position integer. Block position integer entry. I don't... Q.entry set.stream. Wow. Ugh. What? I don't even know what kind of data value that is. Map. Hash map. There is a hash map, a hash set in C#. I don't know what a hash map is supposed to do. Yeah, a lot of these data types, I don't know if there's a direct, there's list, certainly. There's list, there's dictionary, there's queue, there's a lot of generic objects that you can use. I know there's a hash set. While connection cache usual new array list, connections.value, add to queue. So yeah, basically what this is doing is rebuilding all the connections. Again, it's iterating through. So you can see I was pretty close, pretty accurate to what I assumed was being done anytime a block changed. Is it literally marked it dirty, built, basically reiterated through the entire set, went through every connection, and then erased the connection cache. Now I'm assuming that if something is set to insert, if it's not set to extract, the connection cache doesn't matter, right? It's just set to inserts. It just basically is able to point to the machine saying, oh, this is an insert, right? Some sort of little handshake of inventory that it looks at. That's the easy part. So I was very accurate, I think, in terms of how this is actually functional, how this is actually working. Extracting connection cache. So again, this is the 6 sides, the 6 different directions. Which ones are set to extract? It has to be an array, because it's like This is how it's built. Like each individual node on that can be set to extract, right? In the craziest type of system, you could have one block that has 6 different connections, some of which would be extract and some of which would be an insert, right? A single block with all 6 points, all machines on all sides of it, and it's just moving stuff around. So each side, each direction has to be its own, it has to track its own connection set. So the alternative way of doing this, and this might not work. We might be forced to do it the crazy way. But let's think of how this could be done in a network and be done efficiently. Okay. Building the network itself, I've got lots of example code that does that. Basically, each block would save in its attributes network ID. And the block is already storing quite a bit of unique items, but is there an example of like block? Hey, look at that. It's like already set to block. Derived types. Look at all the different blocks. What it would be the most likely block crop current crop stage, int stage, try parse, last code part. So that is encoded in the code of the block, which is the stage of the crop. Not really what I'm looking for. What possible block would have the potential to have unique items, unique attributes? Because the biggest thing I run into is blocks don't have unique attributes associated with them in Vintage. Yeah. So if we go back to block, so block is the base class of just all of the things. We go down here. I mean, look at this is just all of the variables associated with a block. Just a block, not even like specific blocks. So attributes, not part of a block. They're probably part of the collectible object. Let's look at the collectible objects. Is everything in the game. This is literally everything. Blocks and items, everything in the game is a collectible object. Now, look at all the functions involved with collectible objects. Insane. This has JSON attributes. But where let's see if there's anything. Analyze. Assigned by. This is gonna be pretty crazy. Block.clone. Cloned. Okay. Attributes. Assigned by. Block tool mode. JSON.parse. Interesting. And that's not what I'm looking for. So you can see how very few things actually read these. So create block. I mean, it's the attributes do follow the block, but I don't think they're actually unique to the block. This is the problem. The given any block position in the game, the block position can have two different things associated with it. The block, that is what is the block, right? Grass, dirt, stone, whatever variant of stone, or a machine. That's the block. The block entity is the unique stuff associated with that block. So if we look at another possible dummy block, I think a direct comparison to what we're trying to figure out here would be an axle of the mechanical network, right? Because the axle has, for one, it has unique directionality, but that's encoded in the variant of the block, whether it's north-south or north-south, east-west, or up-down. Those are three different variants of the axle that are possible. But it also can have a network ID, because the mechanical network actually builds, I think. So let's look if we can at see if we can find it. Not block entity. Block axle? Block. Well, let's do a search. Or is it axle? There it is. Block axle. Now, block MP base. So that's an object we're gonna have to peek at here in a second. Has mechanical power connector at. Try place block. So there's a lot of mechanical power stuff associated on neighbor block change. A lot of the mechanical stuff is done by behaviors, which is, I don't really like it that much. Did connect that. Okay, so let's look at block MP base. There's no I'm not seeing any custom variables. Block facing. Try connect. This is nice. They actually use the interfaces. I don't know if you remember, if anybody was around for the mixer, there are a lot of fluid-based calls that don't use the interfaces, which breaks the whole thing. Was placed, get network. So how does the network stored? The network is stored in the behavior. And the behavior mechanical power device out facing for network discovery. There's the network. There's the mechanical network. Propagation direction. Block facing. Okay, is propagation direction. Set propagation. Join and spread network to neighbors. Okay. So if I... Because there are a lot of directly comparable things between what I want to do and the mechanical system. There's a lot of things that are exactly the same. Propagation, managing everything. Is it, there's the join and spread to neighbors. Like, I'm not really sure who calls that. Some of the gear ratio stuff and all of that I don't need, but I think a direct comparison between the mechanical power stuff and the pipe system, I think would be good. So he actually builds a mechanical network. The mechanical network doesn't get saved to disk. It is rebuilt. Basically, it's rebuilt anytime it loads. So it's not saved to disk. But get behavior, BE behavior, MP base. Block entity behavior. iMechanical power device, iMechanical power renderer. So you can actually look at these interfaces and see. So the renderable is all of the individual, like how fast it's spinning and all that kind of stuff. So that's the renderer. Power node. There's your torque. It's basically an individual node on the network. Get position, geared radio, don't need that. Power device. This is the actual thing that is... Okay, so the device is more like a brake or a transmission. That would be a device. The axle... the axle technically would be a device too, but it would be more of a node than a device. And you can look at the axle itself to see kind of what it's doing. Mechanics axle. So this is the axle, and you can see there's the behavior. So the class is the block axle, which we know is like not really any, like, it just doesn't do much, but kind of look at its neighbors and figure out which way it's oriented. So that is, kind of very much the same as what we would do. The entity class is generic. This is what really baffles me about Vintage Story. Why put everything in a behavior rather than the entity? So the entity class generic means it's just a block entity. There's really nothing unique. Everything in the mechanical system is all done via behaviors. And behaviors, in my opinion, they're like shared things that you could do between things, right? So an entity behavior, a good example of an entity behavior is ground storable, right? It is the system they built to be able to place things, items, whatever you want, to place them on the ground, right? Like tools and, whatever, like place them on the ground. Ground storable is a behavior, and you can just add that behavior and enable that functionality. To do all of the mechanical power stuff via behaviors, you can't really share functionality between two objects in a behavior, right? An axle, MP axle, is the behavior. You can't use that behavior on, say, the brake or the transmission or whatever, because it has very, very specific code that just applies to the axle. So it's not like something that can be shared. And that's how I look at behaviors, is just like, what are the generic behaviors of this object, not specifically how to manage an axle. Because if we look at like the brake, oh, look at that, entity behaviors, brake. Like, animatable is something else, right? Animatable, that's a generic thing that gives you access to certain variables. But the brake this is the only object that ever uses brake. Animatable, I use animatable in a whole bunch, like every one of my machines uses animatable. So this is a generic behavior that can apply, to any machine, whereas this is just the brake. So I don't know why the code for Vintage puts all of the mechanical power stuff in the behavior. Because it's like, it doesn't make any sense. That's why my machines, all of the custom information on my machines is in the block entity, because the metal press, right? The behavior of the metal press, the simulation behind the scenes, is vastly different than to, say, whatever other machine, the log splitter, right? Very, very different set of variables that it's actually trying to access. Very different functionality. If I were to build it like the mechanical power system, all of that individual functionality would all have been done in behaviors, which wouldn't have made sense, because it'd be like, why is that? So I don't know why everything in the mechanical system is done in behaviors, because they just do not translate to every machine. Like they're kind of strange like that. The only reason I could possibly imagine would be the fact that C# can only have one base class, right? So if you're going to do a block entity set, right, what's your block entity going to be for all of your behaviors? But look at all these different behaviors, right? Archimedes screw, axle, base, brake, consumer, large gear, pulverizer, rotor, toggle, transmission. Like it's all done via behaviors. Very, very bizarre. I would have done all that in actual block entities, and then the generic information could have been done in the behavior. The very, very generic, like how much power is given to this thing, right? That's a generic value. But if we get back to the block, so the block is tracking the neighbor block change, stuff like that. What is the block MP base? iMechanical power block, get network. So the get network is looking at the behavior. So if I were to implement this, the network would be saved in the block entity, not a behavior. Yeah, it would have to be the block entity. That's the entire, like, that's how my mind thinks. So the derived types of that are all of the different actual blocks. Block axle, then the kern is actually derived from that. Block MP base. Interesting. That's very interesting. No other interfaces here, so it's just all the kern based, like what's powering it, what direction, that kind of thing. Pulverizer kern. So looking at this, the way that I would have to design and build, say, the eventual mechanical to electrical power system, and that is something I'm going to be implementing, is a way to convert mechanical power to electrical power. Obviously, I'm going to have to figure out a custom block that either uses this interface or inherits from that type. But I can't because I have my own base types. Which sucks. I just hate having to do that, but I was like, where is this all coming from? Electrical block. It's QP Tech. I was like, that's really bizarre. Like, what the heck? Yeah. So mechanical power block, I think that the Git network, I think this would be safe to implement. Git network, because it's looking at a lot of these are looking at the interfaces. Create and join a discover network. Yeah, iMechanical power block. So as long as you implement the interface, it looks like an axle. Create and join a discover network. An axle would be able to interface itself with your block if you implement the interface. That's the whole point of interfaces. Try connect. Mechanical network connected to block. Connected to block is indeed is an interface. So that again would work because it's looking for the interface. That's the important bit. Okay, so getting back to this, what does everybody think of either? Okay, so the two mutually exclusive options would be each extraction node would have its own map of the network, which would have to be invalidated and rebuilt upon any change of that system. Right? Any change. Which also includes placing the pipes anywhere in the world. Right? Let's say this system is going. The way that the pipes network, remember I went through all of that code about a half hour ago. Literally, when it invalidates, right? It passes in the position. So if I place a pipe down here, right, it would be a little square, right? That wouldn't invalidate anything up here because it wouldn't be connected to it, right? It wouldn't connect to it. So, if I placed the block over here, right, which is essentially placing it there, and it would automatically connect to there, that would invalidate everything in here, and it would have to be rebuilt. And then if I placed another block, it would invalidate it again, and another block, and it would invalidate it again. It would do so as long as you're connecting to this network. It would invalidate and rebuild all of the connections every time you placed a block. That is option one. Is each individual extraction node has its own map, and it has to be invalidated every time there's a thing. So every time you add to a block, right, you add to the network, it iterates through the entire tree and then invalidates each extraction node, which then in turn rebuilds the network from each extraction node, which I think is really not good. I would vote against that because I think that is very, very wasteful. Very, very wasteful. The other way is to build a network. Whether it's saved to disk is irrelevant. But if I built a network of this, then anytime you add to the network, all you need to do is inform the network. The difference is each block of the pipe, each block has its own block entity. And I think I have to do it that way. I have to. Because it's the block entity in Vintage Story that contains the unique attributes for that individual block space, not the block. The block, let's say this is one block, right? One block that has 3 different connections, 2 of which are extraction nodes. How do you save that data? Right? How do you save that data? Well, the block is basically the shape and textures. And it is the thing that's informed of any events of, say, neighbor block changed. There is no neighbor block changed for the block entity. It doesn't exist. Trust me, I've really wanted it. There have been several places that I've really wanted the block entity to be able to pick that event up, but it does not exist. It's also the thing, when you right-click a block, when you interact with a block, you're interacting with the block. Any specific interaction, say to open an interface, that call is then passed to the block entity, where you grab the block entity at the position and then you pass the information on. So the block and the block entity, there's a very tight bind between the two. But it's the block entity that can store unique information regarding the block, right? When you place a machine down, let's say you place down a metal press. The metal press shape, textures, animation, that's all on the block side. But when you open the interface, when you right click, it's actually calling the block entity because the UI has the unique information of, say, the inventory of that block. So each block, you could lay down 10 metal presses. All 10 of those is the same block, calling the same functions. But each position, each 10 positions, has a unique block entity associated with it. I really hope I'm driving that point home. So the network that's built, right? The network that's built is it would basically have this block. This block would then call the block entity. The block entity would actually have what connections there are. The block itself, if I placed, I place a block underneath, right? I'm not gonna draw it in here, but let's say I place it underneath the pipe, and that when I place that block underneath the pipe is tracking on neighbor block changed. On neighbor block changed. The pipe gets notified that there's a neighbor block changed. The pipe then passes the relevant information to the block entity, which then updates itself with the connections, right? And then there are calls that do a handshake that would then update the shape of the block to allow for that connection to hit. I don't know of a way to have unique attributes saved with a block at a position. Because if I load up Visual Studio and Vintage, you can see I was working on the mixer. I did get the mixer working. I should upload the mixer here to the ModDB. The update 1.4 is the version, because it's going to be a few weeks before there's another testable version for patrons. Okay, so if I go to the block, right? So here's the block for the forge, which I needed to make, right? The previous version of the forge did not use a custom block. I needed a custom block for the on neighbor block changed event. I had to have it because the forge can heat the mixer that's above it. So if you place a forge down and then you place the mixer above it, it actually picks up the fact that it places the mixer. And the mixer, I do that interaction with an interface. So I can then do it with any machine. I could implement iHeatable, which is my own custom interface. But I look at the block entity and I grab the block entity above me, which is the position, right? Not the neighbor position. I don't care about the neighbor position. All I care of is the event that happens. I look above me, and if the block entity above me is an iHeatable, if that is true, then I grab the fact that we are a forge. I know that we're a forge, right? This is the forge. Then I basically tell the forge block entity, hey, there's a heatable block to true. There's a heatable block above us, which overrides a lot of the functionality of the forge. But this is the code that runs, right, for the block, not the block entity. So if I went in here and I was like, okay, what position this code is being run for the block? So if I did this dot, oh Jesus, dot, these are all the variables associated with the block, right? Position is not one of them. There is no unique position variable associated with a block because a block is generic. It is generic. So there is no way to know when this code runs right? Ignore the variables, right? Any event of the block, right? If you on right click, whatever, right? There's no way that inside of here, without getting passed in the position, there's no way that the variable of the block has the position. And if you can verify this by looking at the block, the attributes of a collectible object. Look in here. Collectible object. Position is not in here. Right? So then we go, okay, well, what about the derived type of a block? Okay, if we look at a block, position is not in here. It does not exist. Position is not, it does not exist. So a block does not care. What it does care about is like the shape, right? What shape the block is. Like the textures, the particles, like any like rain permeable. There's a lot of information in here regarding the block. There's a ton of stuff. A lot of it is specific, that's not used everywhere, right? There's like seasonal color maps, right? Like not everything uses seasonal color maps, but it's part of the block in general. So these would be like leaves and stuff like that. Leaves and grass, stuff that changes color during the season. But that's block. So no matter how deep you go into the tree of the block, right? Position is not added. But if you go to the block entity, boom, position. Immediately a block entity is unique to the position. So, comparing how they did it, I don't think, unless the only way to encode connection information in the block is if we encoded the shape, if we actually had shapes. What was it? 36 iterations. I think it's 36. And Os can chime in if he wants to correct me on that. But the number of combinations, right? You have 6 directions. Each direction, right? 6 different iterations. And then 6 different combinations of those, right? North, south, northeast, northwest, northeast, south, northeast, west, north, south, east, up, down, south. Like, take any combination, right? I think it's 6 times 6. And then each one of those can also be an extract. So that's another 6. So 6 times 6 times 6 combinations of shape, which is why you don't have a different shape for every. That's a lot of different shapes. 6 times 6 times 6, 36 times 6, which is, let's just 36 times 6, 216. So imagine having 216 different shapes to have to iterate through. No. This is why you build the shape, right? So I think we can do the same thing with 3 shapes. 3 shapes. Because vintage automatically allows you to have a shape that orients itself, right? This is how the relays, if you look at my relay, the relays can be on any block face, and then there are rotations associated with the shape. And so when you place it on like a ceiling, it actually rotates the shape. The base shape is on the ground facing up. That's the base. And then every iteration is rotated around. It's the same shape. It's just the game automatically rotates it. Very, very nice system. So I think 3 shapes would do it. The first shape is the base center block. Right? The base center block is basically the shape with 0 connections. The second shape is the connection, but on all 6 sides. So it's an insert or generic connection on all 6 sides. And so that would be the little segment minus the center, right? So you'd have the center block, which may be, let's say, 2 by 2 pixels, 2 by 2 by 2 in the center, which would be the very center of the block space. And let's load up the shape. Holy Moses, I have a lot of windows open. The model creator at some point it's got to start. Why model creator? Why are you not cooperating? Let's try that again. Are you new? Is it OBS that broke this? What the hell? What broke my model creator? What? View, show. Jesus, what? How did that get disabled? Okay. Okay, now, voxel size. We're gonna do. What does everybody think? How big should the pipes be? 2 by 2 is a pretty tiny square, right? That's the 2 by 2 square. Right? I think that's pretty small. So if we go 4 by 4 by 4, I think that's a little bit better. I think that would be pretty good. And then we want this up into the very center of the block. Right? The very, very center. That would be one shape. So let's save this as pipe center. Okay. And then we're going to save this. And we are in Vintage Engineering. We are in Shapes. Block. Let's do a new pipes. And this is going to be pipe center. Okay. Now we want a connection. Well, first let's do image, import, block. I honestly, at this point, don't care what it looks like. I do know that QP Tech has mods, QP Tech, text, assets, QP Tech. Machines, texture. Oh, this mod is just really annoying. Where At this point, I don't even know. Metal? Oh my lord. Pipes? Blue steel. Let's just load blue steel here. Apply. So that applied to there, right? And then I can copy and then Alt Control Shift paste. Just paste it across the board. So let's just save that. I leave. If you guys want to tinker with 3D objects, textures, all of that stuff, it's all, you could tinker all you want. All of the shapes, like everything like involving the shapes and textures, you can edit very easily for the mod and tinker all you want. Okay. So this is the pipe center. We're going to save. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to save as, and we are going to save, why did it reset? It literally reset. I saved it in a place just fine, and then save as was like, oh, you want to reset the directory you're saving in? Mod, assets, vintage, nope, not block types, shapes, block, pipes. This is going to be pipe connection. And then this one will be pipe connection. We're gonna again do bottom north facing first. So first thing we need to do is increase 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then we need to increase the height 1, 2, like that. So that is the pipe connection, right? That is the pipe connection. And let's change this to pipe con north like that, just to separate it. Okay. So this shape we can rotate around as much as we want. And there we go. So the origin here, I want to be the very center of the block. That's the origin I want. Because when I rotate this around all coordinate directions, all the cardinal directions, this will shift over. Like north is a rotation around the x-axis, right? That's north. And it will rotate around, 90 degrees around that. And then this is the z-axis, and then that is the y-axis. The green one is the y. That one not really won't be used because there's no reason to. Okay, so now that's a pipe connection. So now, if I want an extraction, how do I want to do that? So we're going to save as again. And again, the stupid, oh my God. Programming, vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, shapes, block, pipes. This is going to be pipe extraction. We have pipe center, pipe connection, pipe extraction. So the pipe extraction, we need to have this shaped a little differently. We are going to pull this down 1. No, not that. We're going to pull that down 1. We're going to add another cube onto this. This is going to be out, back, and up. And then that. Okay. Okay. And then this is going to be I vaguely remember I vaguely remember how all this works. Like what the pipes mod actually looks like. So this is going to be pipe extract border, like right on the border, and then we will okay, so that's a good thing there. And then the same thing here. We have this being able to be rotated, and then this we can just set to that. Right? So we rotate one, the other one is a child of that, so it should rotate just fine. And then let's copy that extract mid. We're going to lower this down. We're going to make it super thin. So like 0.5. We're going to shrink it 5.5, 5.5. We have to move it 0.5. That way. Trying to get this right in the center here. 5. Should be the same thickness all the way around. I think it is. And then face, image, import, cable, apply, copy, paste. Okay. And again, I want to set it apart. When you set something to extract, I really want it to be like this is what you see. I could possibly do that to really set it apart. Right? So let's save that. Pipe extraction. Okay. So imagine this is now able to rotate around. And I should be able to basically reuse all my rotation values. I'm going to have to obviously test it all and stuff, but yeah, it should, because the relays are down on the ground and they rotate like. So I think what I might have to do, if I want to reuse, is this is actually going to have to be on the bottom if I want to reuse the relays. Yeah, I think it's going to have to be on the bottom. So I do not want to rotate it, right? I don't want to rotate it with that because that changes the axis, right? The axis actually rotate as well. So I have to just reassign this down. Like that. This. Down. This. Down. And why is that off center? Why is that off center? That's really bizarre. All I did was That is very weird. Position. There we go. And then the origin has to be there. And that should hopefully move that properly. So now it actually is exactly how my relays are. And then I need to open vintage shapes, block, pipes, pipe connection. Open that. This. And then save it. Okay. So that is the base of the shapes. Now, if we open vintage, that's code. I want the mod assets vintage. Maybe the game block types. Wire relays. So this is what I was talking about with the relays. The relays themselves are not actually part of the vintage engineering mod. Believe it or not, they're actually a part of the catenary mod. They don't have a in the catenary mod, they don't have a recipe. They exist for all of the different types of relays, right? But they don't have recipes. But this is what rotates the shape. And so this is what I want to replicate is, all of that. And then the omni attachable, this controls what it can and cannot attach to. As far as that goes. I don't know if I actually need that, because you'll be able to place the blocks regardless. They're not going to be obviously really affected by gravity. Not really sure how to do that, but this is the wire node connection points. Obviously, all of these are part of the catenary mod, and then we have collision selection box. Gives you all of the different collision boxes. It's basically the exact same coordinates, but then rotated around. So it takes those coordinates and then just rotates them with the shape. And that's all very much. And side solid by type, that I think would just be all true. Because I just want to be able to place all these regardless. But the attachment points would help. Would help be able to put machines and stuff and attach machines to the side of a pipe and have them be supported. Whether or not that is something I want to do. But basically, this is what I want, other than I don't need the wire connection points, but this in general is what I want for my pipes as far as the shape. It's going to be the same shape. So how am I going to do? I think the individual shapes, the main block, the pipe block, will be the only one that you craft and place. The two connection type blocks will be hidden. Right? You'll look in the handbook, the handbook they'll be hidden. But I still need the shapes loaded because I need to be able to access whatever variance of that shape exists to add it to the shape of the main block that you place. Which is, you can do that, right? Exclude I can exclude from the handbook. But the other thing I can do is combine. I could combine the two connection shapes into one code, right? Because the type would be like connection and extraction, right? And then the shape by type, no, I think as far as like the sanity goes, I think keeping them separated would just be better. Because if you have two positions, right? So the position here, this is the actual orientation, up, down, plus all the horizontal, right? That's the position. And then the behavior here, omni-attachable, facing code position, matches up here, right? So these two influence one another. And then up, down, north, east, south, west. Now, if I have two different types, I would have to, because the shape is different between the two. The shape is the type. Which I mean, I could rename. First of all, do I have, okay, so I close that. So shapes, block, pipes. So if I did connection and extraction, those two I would be able to set as the type, right? Connection, extraction. And then the shape by type would include that type and then rotate it. I think that would work. So one file, one object could be both types of connections. I think that would be the way to go with that. So we could just do save as here. Not game, it would be vintage, block types, new folder, pipes. And this would be pipe pipe connections. Okay. I'm trying to do this like really, really carefully. So this would be pipe connections is the code. The type is connection and extraction. Let's just verify that one more time. Connection and extraction. Position doesn't change. The mapping of the shape is not game. The domain is vintage engineering. And it's not block relays, it's block pipes. Or pipe or pipes? Pipes. But the type doesn't change. The type is connection extraction, and that's already up here. And you don't have to put the JSON on it. It just assumes JSON at this point. Just like it assumes PNG when it's looking for a texture. So the star dash up, that's why I had it on the bottom. Right? The star dash up has no rotation. It doesn't try to change it at all. All of the other ones have rotations. And it took me a hot minute to figure all these out, by the way, which is why I wanted to like reuse these. The attachment areas are now, well, these are fine. These are actually the same, almost, I think they're the same size. Let's go look it up. 707-808. It's two voxels, which is fine. We have 4 voxels for the connection, so 2 voxels, I think it's fine. But yeah, I set those up to be 2 voxels on each side. But if we go up to here, I'm going to need pipe connections. So the code will be pipe connections dash connection dash up. Right? Or pipe connections dash extraction dash north. That will be the mapping of the actual code that we have to iterate through and grab. So exclude by type, I just want all to be true. And then this is pipe connections star dash up, even though we're excluding, we don't really need a group by because we're excluding them all. Because none of these should actually be, we're not going to be able to craft these. We're not going to be able to craft these. We're not going to be able to do anything. None of these are valid either. None of these attributes. Attributes by type, we're not connecting wires to these, right? So all of these can basically go away. Okay. Collision selection boxes are fine. No, they're not fine. 0.375, we want 0.375. God, where is my now I'm really missing my little cheat sheet of where are all of my, there it is, under my keyboard. Oh, it's just cat hair under there. Oh, good lord. Okay. It's my little cheat sheet for all of my fractional, right? 16 fractional values of every 16th of a block, right? A 16th. So 0.375 is 6. And then it's 6. It's 6 in. Well, let's do it. 6 in, 6 down. And then it is 625, which is 10. So 6 to 10 is actually 4. That is actually the size. 4 by 4. Right? 625 is 4. So it's, this one is 6. So if you think 6 across, 6 down, and then a draw, basically in your mind, draw to the 10, which is 4 by 4, and then up goes from 0, which is the bottom. 0.4375 is 1 under. Yes, it's 1 under the midpoint, but the problem there, we don't want the midpoint. It is a total, the center is 4 by 4. So it's 8 total. So we actually want it to be 4, right? 4 tall. That doesn't make sense for some reason. In this, it's 16 total. the center is going to be 4x4. So that means it drops it to 12 divided by 2 is 6. So we actually want it to be go to 6, which is 375. So Z is not 625, which is 10. No, maybe it's Y. It's not Z, it's Y. Y is up and down. 4375. Yeah. So rather than be 7, we want it to be 375. Let's just do that. Okay. Because remember, that block space is separate from the center. So we don't want to include the center. We want that to be its own unique thing. Oh man, at this point, I don't know how the hell I'm going to have the collision selection boxes. Like, I don't know how we're going to do that. I really, really don't. Side solid. I want all of the sides to be solid. Like, I don't need a by type in here. I just need there we go. I think I actually found a way to have VS Code actually trim trailing spaces finally. Oh, it's so annoying having like super wide, like super long, like white space after a thing. Okay, let's just verify again. I want to go through VE electric block. So the class of the pipe connection, the entity class is, wow, this is going to be kind of icky. Is there such these pipe connections, this shape is not actually going to need an entity class. So if I look at just like a generic, not a brake, not an axle, block types, stone. Let's look at like rock. Yeah, this is not, there is no class, there is no entity class at all. So hopefully I can take these two off. What actually tells this thing it's a block though? I don't even know. Other than the actual directory, block types, I think that's basically what this thing is, because this is also in block types. So yeah, I think this remember, these connections are sort of a quasi not tangible thing, right? They're not an actual block you can place. The shapes themselves are what's important. The shapes, all of the different directions, all of the different rotations, those are actually going to be used to build the pipe shape. The base pipe is the actual thing that we're going to have. And that is going to have a block type. That is going to have an entity type. This specific thing will not, which is why they're excluded. Okay, so let's just do one last pass. Pipe connections, variants, omni-attachable, blah, 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 vintage engineering, pipes type, that's good. Good. Metal is fine. Metal just makes it so it's not like flammable. I don't know what draw type changes, so you can see like draw type cube. Haven't looked into that at all. Side opaque. Side solid is all true. Side emit. AO is AO. What is AO? I can't remember what AO stands for. Light absorption, rain permeable, resistance. Sounds are fine. Max stack size. Again, we're not going to be able to craft these, so it doesn't matter. Hand transform. None of those transforms have anything to do. Drops are nada. No drops. No drops at all. Empty array. That might bug out. I'm not sure. But I need to take a quick bio break. I will be right back. All right. My eyeballs are not swimming anymore. We can proceed. So the pipe connections, I think, are good. Now, if we go back to here and we say, all right, well, what do we want in terms of how do we want to structure this? Right now, like all my machine blocks are in here. All my block entities are in here. But they don't use the actual namespace of that. So if you look, it's still vintage engineering. So I don't have a block entity. So I'm thinking like, we're going to want, and this is my custom liquid interface. Close that. BE Forge. Had to, this is code that heats up the mixer. Depending on it depends on the recipe, how high it wants to go. There's electric block entity with fluid. So all of that. So how do we want to structure the back end here? I know not a lot of people care, but it's important to get it right. So my recipe system, like all of my recipes are in here. And they actually do use the namespace. So transport I added here. So transport, that I added that directory specifically, I think, for this. So let's just add class. This is going to be block pipe base. Okay. Okay, so I don't even know what time it is. We've been streaming for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Centerpiece 6x6. 6x6 is kind of big. I made it 4x4, which is, I mean, we can always tweak this stuff. Obviously, we can always tweak it, but yeah, I made it 4x4. I wanted it big enough to see, big enough to interact with, but not like obscenely large. Okay. The things with this. So the block pipe base, right? So the pipes themselves will have multiple variants. The variants will be part of the base pipe object, right? Not the connections. Connections won't matter. Although, come to think of it, the textures would change based on the type, right? You'd want separate textures from fluid pipes to item pipes. And so the connections would change that, which would influence the textures. How the heck would we do that? We could add another variant, of course. You could do connection extraction, and then you could have, instead of type, it would be like use or purpose. And then you could have item, fluid, energy. Although I'm not going to do energy because I want people to use my wires. Item, fluid, well, item and fluid are the ones that I would implement first because they're the ones that are needed. It just radically it even if you have two, right? So right now, if you look at this. This is 6. This is 2. So this is a total of 12 things that it generates. When the engine of Vintage Story hits this, it literally generates all of the different variants as unique items. And it's multiplicative, right? So 2 on the 2 types times 6 positions is 12 total things that it does. When you add one in here, let's say I add another iteration, and it's it's item and fluid. So item and fluid are added 2 iterations. It takes that and it multiplies it again. So then it's 2 multiplied by the original 12, which would be 24. So we go from 12 unique blocks that are generated to now 24 blocks that are generated, right? It is multiplicative, and that's why mods like Wildcraft or whatever it's called have thousands of things that are added, right? Thousands of unique blocks or items because of this system. And so I've been very, very careful as to not go too crazy with this. So what I could try to do is programmatically, so the regular pipes, these are the connections. So the regular actual craftable pipes, we could have variants on that. And the variants could define the texture. And I could possibly programmatically alter the texture, the base texture of these. We go to the shapes, pipes, let's go to connection. This here would be the tag that I would change, and I hate that it's an insanely long string. There are things about QP tech that just annoy the hell out of me. I've had to work so hard. But anyway, so you can see this name is mapped to this texture. Notice there's no domain on it because it is in the domain. The texture is in the same domain. So when that, if you're not mapping a texture outside of the domain, you don't have to reset it. But that is the tag that's used in the actual texture. So I could remap the texture reference with the connection with the regular pipe. That's one way I could do it. And so I could use the shape from this file, but remap that texture programmatically. Anytime you like tweak with the shapes and textures in code, none of that stuff is actually saved to disk. None of those changes. So it has to be done every time it's loaded, whether you load the chunk or load the save game. So all of that stuff has to be redone and sort of overridden. In addition to that, I think you would have to require a custom renderer for the pipe itself, which I'm trying to avoid. I'm really trying to avoid that sort of weight, all the custom renderers and all that kind of stuff. I really don't think, because of how simple these are, I really don't think. So I'm more prone to adding a variant group to the connections, because again, these are not going to clutter up the handbook. They're none of them are in the handbook. It's all just behind the scenes, grabbing the shape, grabbing the variants, building the shape when you place it programmatically, and then maybe possibly saving the shape. I really hope we can figure out a way to do that. I don't know if there's a way to do it, but I really hope we can actually save the shape once it's customized, so we don't have to keep regenerating it all the time. Maybe. What's funny about features like this and things that do this, I know that Tyrone could probably spit this code out and have this thing functional in like a week. I know. I just get the feeling that he is that kind of programmer. He can just do it like super fast, like just get it done. It just seems to me like it just wouldn't take him long at all to actually do this stuff.
Yeah, I get the impression he's very efficient.
Yeah, everything. And I know that if he like took a look at my code, like my catenary code, my electrical network code, I know if he spent, a week or two just going through, that he would have a laundry list of comments and ways to improve it. Like, oh, have you thought about doing this? Have you thought about it? I just know that if he took the time, he would be like, there's a way better, efficient, more way of doing that. Just because the API for the game is so extensive. I keep finding ways of doing things more efficiently, right? Most of QP Tech was written, and Quentin didn't even have any idea there were like wildcard utilities. There were like all this stuff in the game, in the API, that was there to help you make things more efficient. So a lot of the stuff in QP Tech is sort of like brute force, like really brute force, like redoing a lot of functionality when he could have just called like the wildcard util to match, this to that. And it's pretty crazy how extensive the API is, and that even when you're coding for, I've been making mods now for Vintage for like 3 years, and I am still finding ways of doing things that I had no idea actually existed. So we're going to do a save as, and this is going to be pipes. And we are not going to have position, but we are going to have a type. Well, let's change this to purpose. I don't want to be confused, because when you try to grab variants, there's actually back-end code. When you have a block, you can grab a variant, and the variants you can grab the variant based on the mapping of the code. So I want to not reuse the variant of type, but let's use purpose of item and fluid. Okay. And then behaviors, omni-attachable. I don't think we need. Well, let's, instead of just clearing, I don't think we need any of this. I may need a behavior. Shape by type. Let's clear all of these, because we're not going to remember. These are just, we're just going to do star, block, pipes, pipe dash center. Pipe dash center. No rotate. Get out of here with that rotate. Okay. This let's see. Exclude by type, false. We're not going to exclude. Each one of these is going to be separate. Collision selection box by type. We are going to take these away. This is going to be star. And then we want 6, 3.75, 0.375. Man, my brain just is not there today. So 375, 375. Why? We need to bump this up. 375. Remember, this is floating in air, which we don't care about. And it's going to be 4 big. So we go from 6 to 10. 625. This, we may have to bump this up one more. Because of how they go, we might have to bump that up one more on each side. To 11. Yeah, 6, 6 to 6. And then 7, 8, 9, 10. That might work. Okay. Block material. Oh yeah, pipes. Item fluid. This is fine. Hand transforms, I don't care. Drops. This needs a drop. I don't know. Yeah, drops by type. Star dash item. Star dash fluid. And then let's look at the syntax here. Type, code, quantity. Type. Block. Code. Pipe. Item. Is it pipes? Pipes. Should I just do pipe? Pipe dash item? Yeah. Singular. Pipe dash item. Quantity. 1. Now let's just copy that. That. Type block. Code. Fluid. Why is there an error? Why is there an error? Yeah, it's value colon. Oh. Rock. Okay. Drops is a. That is a colon with that. Why is that expecting a comma? Oh, I think it's this. That. I'm not sure why that's not. It says drops by type. That should be an array. This is an array, certainly. But it's weird that, okay, well, I guess the type, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. These are each individual type. So this is one entry, and this is the other entry. Okay, so the drops, it drops the actual item, or, it is a block. And then here, we're going to have class and then entity class. I think entity class is like that. Okay. If we look at block types, LV, let's just look at LV generator really quick. Okay, entity class, the C is capitalized. I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but in my experience, it makes a big difference. You want to be able to, you want to match it. Exactly. All right. We are not going to be rotating these. Like, when you place this down, north is north, regardless of how you place it. You could be facing south, whatever. We're not rotating this block, right? This block is not rotating itself. We want to make sure that when we place this, that north, when we look north, that it is not somehow weirdly rotated, which is why the center of this, right? The center of this is not, is just a simple square that we just attach things to. It's a very simple thing. So the block pipe base, in this code, we would have to do class by type, and then entity class by type. You can by type pretty much everything. I think except variant groups. So class by type, entity class by type. Which again, we would have to do that and that. And this would be star dash item, not dot, dash. Okay, and this would be star dash item, like that. Now, I might be able to make the block generic. Maybe. But obviously the block would have well, if we look at the go-to block, right? So they include Boolean values of all of the directionality, as well as some shenanigans here, waterlogged and stuff. I'm not really concerned with that yet. But what controls these? These are all static, which is kind of weird because static variables typically don't change. But these would obviously change depending on what direction things are looking at. So let's see. Register default state. A lot of this is, basically the Forge API and a lot of that stuff. So, anyway, the block itself, we definitely want to see the connections. This is where, like, it's hard to stream and do this kind of code. Just because it's like I have my mind like going a mile a minute trying to figure out like what I need, what I don't need. Building these up as I go while trying to narrate what I'm thinking. It's hard. Let's see. Block pipe base. So, what kinds of things? For one, I know we need on neighbor block change. That is definitely one we need. Let's look at other blocks and see, like block LV generator, on loaded. This is a good, really doesn't cost a lot to have both of those available to us, both the client and server API, depending on what we need. So those are usually pretty standard. On block placed, could be one that we need. Always called when a block has been placed through whatever method, except during willgen or exchange block. So, obviously we're not going to be world genning pipes. On neighbor block change, this is a vital one. But block placed is when we place it. So I think we are going to need it on block placed. Okay. We'll keep with those for now. Let's see. So this base call sets the API of the block. The base. Anytime you see base, that is which object did we inherit from. So this does set an API value, but it sets it generically. It doesn't set whether it's client or server. This decides what side we're on, right? Cappy and Sappy. And they are vastly different in terms of what you actually do. So when we're down here, right? When we're down here, I can detect which side we're on based on which one of these is not null. So if I'm down here, I can look at the API.side and say, only run this code when we're on the server, which is usually what I do. Because anytime we're working on like back-end networking code, typically it's only done on the server. The client doesn't care. It really doesn't. The client is just there to render and interact with stuff. It doesn't really care. The block placed, again, block placed has to be run on both. Because when you place a block, the client places the block and then informs the server, hey, I placed a block. So, those two functions are really kind of where the rubber hits the road here. And there's a ton of stuff like, what is the thing that we're going to call? let's see. Get collision boxes. There's a selection boxes in here as well. Get selection boxes. Okay. And this is an array of those cuboids, right? The selection box is it defines a cube inside of the block. And this returns the array of those. Get selection boxes. Partial selection. Return true. This, remember, this is the base class of all the pipes. Partial selection means it's just like a kern, right? Or a quern. The quern, the top, has a different selection box than the bottom. Because it needs to know when you right-click the top, you wanna run the thing, right? You want to actually run it. When you right-click the bottom, it opens the UI. The partial selection allows you to do that. It has two different collision boxes, and it allows you to select which collision box. So returning this to true means, hey, I want to allow partial selection. Now, this get selection boxes actually gives you which boxes to show. I don't know how. Let's see if there's an actual thing in here on how this handles block hit result. Direction, that's fine. On wrench clicked, that is probably called 137. On pipe side force activated. Who calls that? Nobody calls that. Something has to call that. That's not a generic. Yeah, that's not a generic like on right click, right? So is extracting, is disconnected. Set has data. And as I develop this, I will kind of piecemeally kind of go through and make this actually make sense. You can see like the item pipe here overrides these overrides. So the item pipe code overrides what it needs. On pipe side activated. There's the GUI. That's what opens the GUI right here. Just catching up on chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I try to explain kind of my thought process because I know people who are trying to learn modding and programming in general, they can get lost kind of in the weeds. So I try to simplify things and sort of break everything down. So it is definitely an effort to make it understandable. So I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, the item pipe looks like is pipe equals this state.getBlock. Where is state coming from? Looks like he's inheriting that from the block state. Okay. I'll worry about a lot of this stuff in a bit, but on pipe side activated. Not sure. Let's go back to the pipe block. So I need to figure out how... Oh, jeez. That scared the hell out of me. I was not expecting that. What is basically the equivalent of on interact for forge here? On pipe side interactive. What is the base class? Base class is block. I'm not sure what entity block is. That I have no idea where that comes from. But I know item block is from his core lib. I'm afraid to even look at that. Get ticker. Use item on. So he's probably getting this. Anytime you see an override in here, he's overriding something in block. So that is basically a base forge override. Which is interesting. So this, use item on, that is a base forge thing. And there is an equivalent in vintage on block interact. So on block interact start, that is when a player right clicks while targeting this placed block. So it passes in the player who right clicks it and the block select. So the block selection, this object kind of it contains like all of the relevant information. We can look at the block selection object and it contains the block, basically, what block was selected, the offset, did offset, whatever. I've never used that. The face that you right-clicked, right? If you're looking at the north face or the top, so that's the face. The hit position is the exact position on, think of like a 3D grid, like where that exact position is if you need it. The position is in general like the position, the block, the whole block position is the position, and the selection box index. This, when I say when you have do partial selection, this is what actually dictates the index. The problem is when you have not all of the positions encoded for the selection boxes. So basically what I have to do, I think the best way to handle that is to always build the selection boxes in a certain order and have a generic call that maps, depending on the block and the connections, the index to a direction. Okay? So in any given block, if we have all of the all of the block faces able to be queued or queried to see if the block face includes a connection, then we need to figure out a way that we can build the array in the same order. Like, let's say it's just up, down, northeast, southwest. So let's say it's just the up, down, north. Up, down, and north are the only ones, or up, let's do up, down, west. So up, down, west. So up, down, west means the cuboid, the array would have 3, technically 4. Center, let's do center, up, down, west. So the first box would be the center. That would be the first one. The next one would be up, and then down, and then west. 0 through 3. 0, 1, 2, and 3. Most arrays are, in C#, the arrays are 0 based. 0 is your first item, 1 is your second. That's just something you get used to in programming. Just 0 based index. That's how to describe that. But the problem is when you do this, right? When you interact with that, let's say I have a wrench in my hand and I right click one of those selection boxes, right? Right click one of those selection boxes. When this gets called, that block selection value will include the index of the selection, right? Remember, we have 0 to 3. The first one is the actual center, and then you have the 3 connections. So all we see is 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, and 3. We need to be able to map that to the directions, because we need to know which nub, like which little nub that they right clicked on. Remember, there's 7 possible total, right? If you have one pipe and it has all 6 sides with connection, let's say you have chests, one pipe with chests on all 6 sides. That's 7 connections, or 7 selection boxes, because you have the 6 sides plus the center. So you need to be able to differentiate which selection box you did. So we need a function that maps the direction with the selection box, right? So we need we need a custom function that takes a block selection and converts it into a direction. Convert selection to direction. Return null. Just return null. Just it eliminates the shenanigans with it saying, "Oh, not all code paths return a value." So I may need to expand this. I may need to add the world accessor to it. I probably need to. I probably need to add the world accessor. World accessor. World. Right. So that way I can I can grab the block entity, because remember, everything is going to be saved and encoded in the block entity. The block entity is the unique instance of this position, wherever this is. Oh, the zit on my nose. Okay. There's a lot of generic code here that really doesn't do anything right now, but this is kind of how I solve these problems, is you just sort of one issue at a time, you sort of try to figure out. Convert selection to direction. So the first thing I need to do is figure out which directions we actually are encoded for. Now, because if thinking out loud, in the example, up, down, west. Well, west would be index 3. But in the case where all of the connections were done, index 3 would be north, up, down, northeast, southwest, right? Or center, up, down, northeast, southwest. So 3 would actually be center, up, down, north. So I can't look at north because that's not part of this if it's up, down, west. North is not in there. So index 3, we have to figure out a way to take that index of 3 and say they actually, instead of north, they actually mean west. And it's context sensitive because it's based on the actual connections this block entity has. So now we have the requirement of the block entity to come into the fray, right? Because unlike the Forge Pipes mod iteration, the actual block is not, I don't know, again, I don't know this entity block. I don't know where this come from. This bothers me because the block is not an entity, right? We have tile entities. Tile entities are the block entities. So why or how does the game have unique data per block? And I think it's based on like NBT data or something. There's some value in the block that is unique to that block space. And I think it's probably like most likely something like NBT data. But because we're in the block here, I can look and say like this dot attributes, right? Custom attributes that's always associated with this item. So this does have attributes, right? But the problem is they're not customizable that I have ever seen. There is no, and I'm pretty sure I analyzed, the attributes assigned by. There's no attributes to the block that are assigned. Here's one assigned on loaded, but there's not any attributes that are assigned at runtime. Again, JSON. This is creating an empty attribute tree, right? JToken.parse it's empty. So this is not actually setting it to anything, but this is actually grabbing information. Host rock 4. What you don't see in here is it setting the attributes. Well, here's an attributes.token token. Like, I don't. It's literally setting this on initialized. It's initializing this object or deposit generator. It's initializing this host rock J token from object or IDs. But you don't see like any sort of indication where block so many uses of block attributes. So you see a lot of places where they are actually being get held item info. So this is actually grabbing the sleep efficiency. So it's a way to get information from JSON, but to a block like unloaded again, JSON attributes. I've never seen an example of a block setting attributes that are unique to a position, right? Because a block doesn't have a unique position at all. And so therefore the attributes, if I change the attributes in code, if I did like whatever attributes for connections, then that would apply to all of the instances of that block. Like every single block would now have those attributes because it's the same object. So I cannot use the block to save those attributes. What I could do then is take transport, add class, BE pipe base, block BE across the board is block entity, pipe base. Block entity, do I want to do a container? I think I have to have a container. So the difference, block entity and block entity container. So block entity container is derived from block entity, so it has all of those same values. But the container adds bits and pieces that I need. So if we look at block entity, there's a lot of them. So it's very hard. It's very hard to find the base block entity, block entity, block entity. So here's the block entity. A terrific amount of information here. There's a lot of generic, very low level things on tessellation, right? This is actually important that we add our own. This is what we can do to add bits and pieces, right, to the shape. On tessellation, you can override this and you can customize the shape. So that is important to have. But if we look at the derived types, you can see the number of things that you get from block entities, right? There's a ton of them in here. But what we're looking at is right now, the block entity itself does not have any words. It doesn't have any inventory, right? It doesn't have any sort of inventory. And we need our pipes to have the possibility of inventory. And because remember, each direction if it's an extract node, will eventually, way down the road, when I get to that, we'll be able to have upgrades and filters. So those items, an upgrade, that is an item that needs an inventory slot to go into. We have to have an inventory to be able to put that into. So there'll be at most 6 possible inventories for upgrades and 6 possible inventories for filters, right? Because the filter, I believe... Can you put anybody familiar with the Pipez mod? Like, I wish I could spin up Minecraft right now, because there are a lot of these, like, some of these details I forget. Can you put a filter on an insert? I can't remember if you can open a UI on just a generic insert. To me, in my mind, I've only ever remembered opening a UI on an extract side, not an insert side. I can't remember. It makes sense that you would have a filter on an insert side to restrict what goes into that, like, whatever machine or chest or whatever. Like, you would have a limitation on what you can. Maybe not. I would probably not have an upgrade, because the insert is going to insert regardless. But a filter makes sense to put on an insert, right? A node that inserts would make sense to be able to put a filter on that. The extract, that's where you would have your upgrade to increase the amount it's extracting per tick, per update. That, I think, would probably work. So the block entity container, if I then break into that, block entity derived types, block entity container, right, derives from block entity, but it includes an interface, block entity container, which has an inventory, class name, and a function drop contents, right? So when the drop contents happen. So if we look at the abstract class block entity container, abstract means you can't directly declare an instance of it. You have to derive a separate object using this object, right? So in my code, BE pipe base, both of these objects are abstract. So I could not declare a type of BE pipe base. The base means item pipe is going to be derived from this, and that's the class that's not going to be abstract. So that is one you can declare an instance of. So obviously we have inventory base, which is just a generic, literally generic inventory. Class name is what, usually the class name includes the block position X, Y, and Z, because it has to be unique, right? The class has to be unique. And then you have the inventory, some function to grab the inventory, and then there's initialization, and here you go. There's your inventory class name plus X, Y, and Z. So it basically builds your unique inventory based on the position of the block entity. So there's your inventory, your unique inventory. And then register tick listener. I don't know what this does, but it's literally calling it every 10 seconds. What does it do every 10 seconds? Well, it's only running on the server. It's looking at, does it have transitionable values? If does anything inside the inventory have transitionable properties? And a transitionable properties is like rotting of food. That's a transitionable property, right? So if it has it, then bounce out for some reason. Has transitionable. If this is true, then it's false. But if it's false, then this changes it to true and it returns. So if we don't have any transitionables, bounce. Okay, so basically what this is doing is any transitionable properties inside the inventory, this will run and transition the properties. Get room for position. Oh, look at that room registry. There's your rooms, Oz. Like, this is literally getting the room, like, building, and I can't even imagine. But yeah, this is what the transition properties, this is what would actually, like, cheese would be transition properties. So this is what would run that.
Gotcha.
Inventory, on acquire transition speed, get parish rate, on block place. So block container is a lot of just generic, broad things, right? A lot of these wouldn't even apply on block placed. I'm not sure what this would actually do when you place the block item stack. Get contents of the item. I'm not even sure what this would do. Basically, it looks like it's trying to figure out if what you're placing is a container. Block container equals item stack dot block. So if it's null, then that's bad. If container does not equal null. So if it's null, it just skips all of this. On block placed, trying to figure out, like, what would call this. Because when you place a block, typically the inventory of a block is not saved. Right? Because when you break a block, you also destroy its block entity. So that's really, I don't really know what that is used for, honestly. On block broken, here's the thing that literally drops all of the all of the inventory. Like, literally, that's what drops all the inventory. But anyway, the basis is this block entity container gives you access to an inventory. And there are derived types from this. Block entity block randomizer, so that's loot. Block entity cooked container, so that is, like, if you have a crock on the ground, that is the block entity that stores the food that's inside of it, whether or not it's sealed. Block entity crate, crock, dead crop, fruit press, liquid container. So that would be the barrel, boiler, bucket, condenser. And if I eventually make a tank, definitely going to have a tank, it would be block entity liquid container, because this would include some special code for liquids. And then openable container. So what does this give you? What is the difference between a block entity container and a block entity openable container? Well, for some reason, they also include the block entity container interface here, even though block entity container gives you that. So I'm not sure why they doubled that up. That could be a decompile problem. Like, sometimes you get some weird code. But an openable container includes some more subtle differences. For one, an open and close sound that you can customize. So when you right-click something, it gives you something to override on player right-click. So this is the function that would open a GUI. So we might have to include this. It does the same initialize, right? For some reason, it does it again. It calls the base, which should call the base initialize. It should do this exact same thing with the block container. I don't know why it does it twice. It gives you the open and close sounds, and that's pretty much it. And then the toggle client, and it, builds the packets, block entity packets and stuff. They're very, very built-in systems to open and close UIs. All of my machines are this type, openable container. Every machine block entity is an openable container. So you have this actually sends the packets. Remember, the client and the server, the client just informs the server of changes. So when you right click, it sends to the server, hey, I want to open some things. And then depending on the packet ID, it, can open inventory, close inventory, because the server actually tracks all of the inventories that the player has access to. So if you don't actually close the inventory, the player entity has that inventory line open as if it's an opened container. So it, whether or not you see the GUI, it can cause major problems, and that is it's a side effect of being able to have multiple inventories open, right? Unlike Minecraft, where you can't have multiple inventories open, in this game you can. So the game has to track which inventories you have access to. And then this on received server packet, this is the client running all of this. And this is just a bunch of dialogue stuff. I mean, it's really not special. But it's all code that has to be run when you open and close inventories. And making sure that you dispose, right? You dispose of material that takes up memory. It's just nice. So yeah, I think we want openable container, because we're going to have to be able to open the pipes to get at the inventory. And there's going to be a lot of shenanigans involved with which direction, right? So I think we are going to want a standard way. If we look at block facing, Vintage Story API math tools. So this is a very generic class. So you can see the index of the face. This is northeast, southwest, up, down. So right-handed coordinate system, whatever that means. I know it's I don't even know. Northeast, southwest. So it's going, it's going right. I don't know what right-handed coordinate system. This is not my area of expertise. But if we basically match this, the index of the face, that would go a long ways to help even this out, all we would need to do is add one to this to be center, right? Northeast, southwest, up, down, center. If we're looking at like the array of selection boxes. Now, if if there's no connections, that means the pipe is just floating in the midair as its own thing. There are no connections around it. Then the selection index, which would just be the 0, selection index of 0, would actually map to 6. Because this is 0 based, right? This is 0 based. So we would have to map that because there'd be 0 connections. Okay, so the block entity then, look at this craziness. The angle index of the face, east, north, west, south. Like, why horizontal angle? I have no idea how this is used. Normal vector. I'm not going to worry too much about that. Remember, this is all in block facing. A lot of stuff that's packed inside of this that we don't really care about or need. Returns the string northeast, southwest, up or down. That's fine. Is horizontal. True if this face is northeast, south, or west. If this dot index is less than or equal to 3. Okay, that makes sense. Because remember, it's northeast, southwest, up, down. So 0 to 3 is all horizontal. That's good. Up or down is greater than 4. So northeast, southwest, up and down. That makes sense. North or south. North, east, south. So 0 and 2. West, east, 1 and 3. Oh, there's no up, down, which would be... Interesting. That'd be 4 and 5. And then all of these, which is just crazy. Byte flag. I have no idea what flag is. Flag. I have no idea. But you can see like all faces, block facing north. So these are statics. North means it encodes all these values for you, right? Cuboid plane 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. So it's, yeah. I can picture that now. I know enough about how the cubes are built. And you can look at that in terms of what values would you see in the model editor. If you saw the floating point numbers there in terms of the value of percentage based on like how many voxels there are. So 1 is actually full height, right? Because remember my little cheat sheet here, all these values, all these floating point values are all fractional versions of 16ths in a block. So that's what this cuboid is actually building. 0, 0, 0 is on the very top. I can just open the thing here and show you. 0, 0, 0 is way up there, right? So if we look at this, this is north, this plane up here. So 0, 0, 0 is right there. And then 1, 1, 0, right, 1 is all the way over to the side. 1 is the middle, which is the height, so that's way up here. So it's literally building a plane on the north face. 1, 1, 0. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. That is building a box that is the north face right down here. That is the north face. So you could, as a sort of homework assignment, figure out like what and compare what would the values be for, say, west, right? So west, if I know my coordinates, west would be 0, 0, 0, right? And then 0, 1, which would be all the way up, 0, 1, 1. Because it's X, Y, Z, right? So 0, 0, 0, and then 0, 1, 1 would be west. So let's peek at west. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. Right? So once you kind of know how the game like decides what is what, it makes it a lot easier to sort of picture what it's doing. And I'm not the best at it. I definitely, there are definitely times where I have no idea. So string code, and then the byte flag, I don't know what this byte does, this flag. I have no idea. Flag, like what, I have no idea what the flag does. But having the block facing here is good to go. And there's probably a ton of helper functions. Get opposite, very nice. Use opposite property instead. Property. Opposite property would be in here somewhere. Opposite. Block facing dot opposite. This dot opposite index. So this, when it's being built, I bet you that opposite, there it is, opposite index is actually passed in. So yeah, crazy. It's a crazy class because there's a ton of stuff in it. You can imagine how many things use block facing, right? So this is used anytime you right click a block, it builds one of these objects. It knows exactly what you right clicked and exactly where. The coordinates that you used. So this, if we want to encode the connections, this saves which sides are disconnected, which is probably a smart thing to do. Extracting sides is probably a smart thing to do. So we need 6 of these, 6 of these, and the index will be mapped to the block facing object. Right? Because why not? This is literally an array. Indexing into this array, it would be super simple to index based on the block facing. Which index? Very, very simple. And Booleans, are pretty basic types. But I think the difference is as we talked through it a while ago, the difference between saving the entire network and being able to update it and or alternatively having each connection save a separate iteration of the network. So, like, if we saved the entire network as one object, and then each connection, essentially each extractor, got a reference to the network, then that's the network that we would have a bunch of custom code, because we would need to be able to basically say from any given extractor what, depending on the features of that extractor. Let's say it's nearest first. If this one is nearest first and this one is farthest first, how would we as a network decide that? Well, obviously we would have the block position here, and this is super confusing based on the fact that it's not on a grid. It would have probably been wiser to use like Excel or some spreadsheet. I don't actually have Excel. I got LibreOffice, but Excel might have been a better choice to use based on the grid. But the network itself, what you would do is you would pass in, well, how would we do that? If this is nearest first, I want to try to minimize the processing. So how would we determine nearest first for how would we determine the distance between any given connection? How would we encode that? You'd have to encode it. Yeah, does anybody have like an idea for that? Because from any given extractor to any given connection, you would have to basically save a custom list and then encode the distances to avoid having to recalculate them every update tick. So that would require basically a list, a map of connections to distance for each extraction. That would be very, very inefficient. So I am very open to ideas in terms of how to efficiently determine it, because distance calculations you don't want to do very often. Right? When you build the network, essentially, when you build the network, you want to then not touch it until the network changes. Now I'm really pondering whether building a network at all, having a central network object, is wise. Yeah, I'm open to ideas. How would you build that efficiently? I think each extraction node will need a sorted reference based on its settings of basically a sorted copy of the network. Each extraction node will have its own list of indices based on all the it won't care about other extraction nodes, right? That's straightforward. Any other extraction nodes, the extraction node itself does not care about. It's only the inserts. So it would keep it would have to keep a record of the insert nodes with a map of the distance to those nodes. And the nodes themselves, each block, would need the network ID. And then each extraction node would also have that network ID, right? So this block here would have a network ID. This block here would have the same network ID. But this node, while it would have the same network ID, would have the connection nodes inside of it, basically a reference of all those nodes. Or to put another way, a reference of all those block positions. It would have all of those in order of distance. This one would have a copy of them in order of distance. And then this one would have a copy of them in order of distance. And then this, each one of these blocks would have a reference to the network ID. Because if I add a block down here, right, and this, I place this block, and in my mind, here's my process. I place the block. When the block places, it looks at all of its neighbors and sees if any of its neighbors it can connect to. Now it will be able to connect to machines. It will be able to connect to inventories. Now I'm specifically talking about like item movement, anything with an inventory, as well as other pipes, right? So if it looks at any of its neighbor's block and it sees a pipe of the same kind, then it's like, ooh, I can connect to that. It builds its shape based on that. Now, the neighbor block also gets notified of the connection, right? It gets a neighbor block changed, and it has a network ID. The new block that you place down finds, it says, ooh, I'm adjacent to a block that matches me. So I am the same type of pipe, right? Pipe-item. Pipe-fluid. I am the same type. I'm the same type of pipe. Look at my neighbor, and if my neighbor has a network ID, which it should, I inherit that network ID, right? Automatically inherit that network ID. The neighbor block gets the notified, hey, there's another block that's placed. What does it do? Well, there's a couple things we can do. There's a couple different things we can do. We can look at that block, because once you place it, I don't know the order of events. The neighbor block change, I'm not sure. Does that event fire after the new block is all done processing? Does it fire at the same time so you get some weird like order of operations kind of shenanigans? I don't know. It's one of the things that like bothers me. But the new block, or the existing part of the block, could look at the new block. And if the new block has connections, any, then the neighbor block says, "Oh my God, we have more connections. We need to rebuild the network." But because the new block has the network ID, whatever my network class is, right? When you place a block, the network class now has all of the existing blocks as well as the new block, right? It has the new block as well as all the existing blocks, and if it has a connection to it, then it would have that connection as well. But the network is basically just all of the block positions. That's all the network would store, is all the block positions of all of the pipes. And the new block position, would be added to the network. This block would be like, oh,
the network is dirty, and each block as in that network would then basically be notified, and if it had an extraction, only if it had an extraction, would it then rebuild its map. But that I'm both talking myself into the network and talking myself out of doing a network at the same time, because the only thing that saving the network or building the network saves you is having to discover all of the other nodes in the network. That's all that it saves you. Because if the new block is placed, when the network becomes dirty, it informs all the extraction nodes the network is dirty. Rebuild your connection list, right? And then it would iterate through all of the block positions of the network. Anytime those block positions included an extraction connection, it would mark that extraction connection dirty. In the very next update tick, right? I would hope that building it via the network like that would better distribute the load of the update over multiple ticks, or at least over a couple different ticks. Because as we iterate through the block positions, all of that is probably done in one tick to mark everything dirty, right? Mark all the extraction nodes dirty. You just do a for each, all the block positions. You drill into the block positions. You basically grab the block entity. You would you would look at the block entity. You would iterate through any of its connections that are extractions. You'd say if the number of extraction connections exists, then you mark the extraction connection dirty. And that's all you really need to do. Mark it dirty. Because the next update tick in that extraction node would look, the first thing you would look at in a tick, in a tick handler is if we're marked dirty. And if we're marked dirty, that means we have to rebuild the network, right? Scrap the cache, rebuild the network. But it would do that for every extraction node, right? Every update tick, those extraction nodes would check that value. So how can you then distribute the load? I don't really know as far as multi-threaded goes. There's a lot of stuff I don't know about threaded stuff. I've just been sort of going through assuming that I'm trying to minimize the amount we do per tick. And there are certain functions in the game that already do that, like the walk blocks function automatically is multi-threaded. So the only thing having the network store the number of block positions, the only thing that would save is basically recursively going through the network to inform all of the, so what I'm thinking is when you place the next block, let's say there's a machine right here, and then you place this block which connects to the machine, right? You place the block here which connects to the machine. Looking at it without a network, the neighbor block changes, saying, "Oh, we've got a new block," right? It would look at the neighbor position. It would see that it's a pipe. It would look to see if it has any connections. If it had any connections, it would invalidate invalidate the extraction nodes. So then it would have to, this block here, the neighbor block that's updated, would then iterate through recursively, going block to block, whatever connections are, whatever connection directions includes another pipe block, it would just bounce one to the next to the next. And anytime it ran into a block that is a pipe, that includes the block entity, that includes an extractor, it would mark that extractor dirty, and then it would move on to the next block. It wouldn't care. So it would do that throughout the whole thing. It would spider its way through, mark everything dirty, and then the very next tick for the extractor, it would be marked dirty, and then it would rebuild. This one would rebuild from here to here. This one would rebuild from here down to here. And then this one would rebuild from here to here. You do three different things that have to walk all those pipes. Right? So you'd have three different iterations that walked all those pipes. Now the problem is that's 3 times the amount of work for basically doing this same thing. It's doing this exact same thing. So that's the downside of not saving it as a network. Now, looking at it as a network, this block gets placed. The connection is automatically detected, and this block entity says this block is connected to the machine down here. The neighbor block gets updated on that. So this block first adds that connection, but it also looks at any neighbors, right? This block can look at all of its neighbors, and if any of its neighbors have a network ID, it would inherit that network ID. Now, if it had 2 neighbors that had network IDs that were different, that means it's a bridge. It's bridging 2 networks. Therefore, you need to merge the networks, right? I have code that does that for the electrical system. It's pretty straightforward. But if you add that block, it looks at this and goes, oh, this has an ID of, let's say, 4. I have now an ID of 4. And then I would inform the network object, right? You would grab the pipe network manager and you would tell it, hey, I am a new block, update your network. And the pipe network would say, okay, let's add this new block. This new block has a connection, but that doesn't matter. All we care about is the block position. So the network itself now adds this block, right? Imagine there's a block there with a connection down here. And the network now says, we need to rebuild all of our extractor nodes. So it iterates through all of its block positions. It already knows, right, all of the block positions. So what it could do, right, what it could do is it could build a list. I'm just thinking kind of more specifically now. It has all of the block positions of all of the pipes. It doesn't need to rebuild because we're adding a pipe. So it knows that none of the other pipes need to change, because why would they need to change? We already know what those are. So basically it would just add this new block position, and depending on the initial setting would be an insert, right? When you first place the block, it assumes it's an insert. You have to bang it with a wrench to change it to an extract. So when you first place the block, it would be an insert. So it would add that insert into a list. Insert positions, right? All of the block positions of the network that include an insertion node. So it would be this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one down here. It would have all of those. It would have all of these automatically, and it would just add that. But then it would know where all of its extraction nodes are. What positions have the extraction nodes? So then it would just go, okay, this position here is an extraction node. I already know where all my insert positions are. Let's rebuild this and just calculate the distances. So this extraction node would rebuild based on all of the positions of the insertion node. It would rebuild its list. It would rebuild this list and rebuild this list, but it wouldn't actually have to iterate through, right? It wouldn't have to do. What I'm trying to avoid is a block accessor get block loop that is just constantly looping to iterate through and spider through the whole network. Because doing that is a very, very expensive process. So you don't want to do that very often. So I think what I want to do is have a network object that kind of reduces that potential. Recalculating the distances, right? I could either, depending on if you add or remove a node, right? There's a very big difference when you break a pipe, because you could be splitting a network. Like there's very distinct things that you have to do. I've already done this with electrical networks. And then adding pipes, which is even easier, I wouldn't have to invalidate the entire thing at all. I would just have to see, oh, this is a new pipe. If this pipe has any more connections, then add that connection. We already have the block position. All of the other segments, all they need to do is add another insert connection and calculate one distance. So when you invalidate, if you add this block with a connection and you invalidate this, all you really need to do, because you know you add a connection, all you really need to do is add this with the distance calculation. So it's one little step. Ignoring merging networks. If you have two big networks and you merge them, then it's going to be, there's no way around the lag that would be induced with that, right? Because you would have to iterate through one side of the network, setting up all of its network IDs and then recalculating basically the entirety of all of the extraction and insertion nodes. Like it would just be, there's a lot that would go into that. But that's like the bread and butter of computers. Computers are actually very good at that stuff. And as long as you're only doing it once, right? There's a little lag spike when you place it and it calculates all of that once. But then it's done. It doesn't need to do that anymore. So my network object for the electrical network I have the electric network, which is generic, right? Based on a simple interface. It just stores all the nodes. There's more details here than I would need. Really, there's way more detail than I would need here. But the network itself would be a pretty simple object. Basically like a list of all the block positions for the network, and then possibly separate lists for the extraction nodes, or at least the block positions for all the like really simple. Like it wouldn't need to be crazy. And then the electric network manager is the thing that stores the electric networks with the network IDs. When you're still, I do long streams. I tend to do much longer streams than people normally do. So yeah, these are built from the catenary mod, because you can see on wire removed, on wire connected. So the catenary mod is actually the thing that fires these events, which helps build and maintain these networks. And I honestly don't think we need that level of craziness, but we could. I don't think we need to do events because we're already picking up the events when we're breaking a pipe and when we're placing a pipe, which means for the block pipe base, one of the other functions I'm going to need on block broken. Right? So the on block broken is when you obviously break a block. We're going to need to figure out what we're going to do about the block entity and informing the network, right, that we have broken a block, that we have broken a pipe. So the block entity here, this is what we're going to need. Protected bool array of extraction. Let's do okay, let's look at so the connection object is obviously a custom object. Do we need a custom object? Block position direction. So the connection, I think, is any connection. And then the extracting sides are the connections. Why? I don't know why he uses a list there. Unless that is all, like, the entire connection cache. New array list 173 connections.values. Yeah. So the connection cache that is all the relevant connections that have to be managed. Essentially all the inserts. So extracting connection cache is your custom object. Well, no, these are custom objects too. So get extracting connection direction side. Okay, so the index into that is obviously probably a very similar, like, face index. Get 3D value from the side. Update extracting connection cache. I'm trying to figure out. Again, I have no idea where this mod actually has the code to move stuff. I see a ton of code managing the sidedness, the connections, the shape. I've not seen any code that actually moves the items from A to B. I'm guessing they're in these stupid handlers, right? That's what I'm guessing. Is in some weird block capability cache, which is this. It's in NeoForge. So this is not even... It's not even custom code. And I really don't want to look up the source code for... I really don't want to look up the source code for NeoForge. I really, really don't.
It's pretty crazy that the most complex thing about it is not the primary goal of it. It's handling all the connections, etc.
Yeah, like
it's the big pain.
This is crazy. The fact that there's an item handler, an energy handler, and a fluid handler, and hopefully eventually they do handlers for all of the other things, but like block capability cache dot create capabilities dot item handler dot block, like the item handler, item handler, yeah, NeoForge, fluid handler, item handler, like I haven't even seen the code. I haven't been able to find the code that dictates what upgrade is in the extraction node that dictates how fast it extracts. You know, the top tier extraction is like 1 stack per tick. And I have not been able to find the code that manages that. Like, so it's very bizarre. Like, it's so abstract. Some of these mods are so abstract, it's hard to figure out what actually does the work. And a lot of that is because they've had to reprogram these mods so many times that in order to get it so each new version of like Forge or NeoForge, they have the base objects that might change a little bit here and there, but they've had to abstract everything in order to make it compatible with the new version. And then some mods, some of the really big mods, build their own internal API with all of their own internal item, energy, and fluid stuff, like mechanism, all of their own internal interfaces and API. Then they build the mod off of those APIs, right? And then they have a bridge set of APIs that match, like Forge or NeoForge, the functionality of those, they map to their own API as a sort of bridge in between. Then they have to minimally program their code, and they only ever have to update sort of the bridge API. So it's like multiple levels removed. When you're trying to go in and try to figure out what does what, how things function, there are multiple levels of like the removal of how this stuff works. The fact that the tile entities for these pipes is like 4 or 5 steps of objects, right? You have, again, the pipe tile entity, which is a block entity. So this is the base block entity. So you have the pipe tile entity. Then I think it's the universal. Yep. No, pipe logic. So pipe tile entity, nope, that's upgrade. Pipe tile entity to upgrade tile entity to pipe logic tile entity to then, I think, the actual item pipe. So it's like 4 levels, 5 if you include the base block entity. 5 like levels of objects that you have to iterate through. It is annoying that why didn't he put all of that, all of these functionalities, upgrade, pipe logic, all into one object, and then everything is derived from that one object. Why have that many levels? I don't know. I know that there's distinct things that each level does, right? They have distinct like actual like variables that they have, but it's the same functionality regardless of what version you use, right? All of the item, gas, fluid, energy, they all use the same base classes, right? Pipe, logic, tile entity, they all use the same one, but they pass in, very subtle differences. It's kind of a crazy mod. When I was researching the last couple of days, I was just lost because it was so hard to figure out how things do things. So getting back to this, nope. Pipe tile entity. Okay, so connection cache, extracting connection cache. Do I need my own connection object? 352 position, direction, distance. So that encodes the distance. But the distance, well, technically, if we go back to our example, this block position, which would have all 3 of these connections, 2 of which are extraction. Technically, the distances would be the same on both of these extraction nodes. So the extraction nodes could share the connection cache. It just might use them differently, right? If it's nearest first, round robin, furthest first, stuff like that. But the distances themselves would not change depending on which one of these is done, because it's the same block position. And no, I'm not going to have like distances. Yeah, it's just going to calculate the distance once. Feel like that? Yeah, I know the feeling, man. So I would highly recommend never looking at any major Minecraft mods. It is like when I was looking at immersive engineering, when I was first kind of building up my idea for vintage engineering, I looked at immersive engineering and oh my god, I didn't know what, like it was so hard to piece together how that mod was built. And the same with the mechanism. Oh geez, like holy cow. So all of the big mods, and I would be really afraid to look at applied energistics. Oh man, I would be so afraid. crazy because you get in channels and you get like, oh. But the connection cache, you could, if you encode the distance, both of these would be able to use that. And you'd be able to resort the distance if you wanted to or if you needed to. So nearest first or furthest first would be the only ones you would need distances. If you would have round robin, that would be that would be harder. Round robin would be harder to ensure that you are going through each one. I don't know how you would do that. You'd have to somehow save. You'd have to save the enumerator value in some way. Because when you do like a for each, right? I mean, an array index would be a lot easier. But if you have like a list and you're iterating through that list, well, every given tick, you're running just one item. At least I think. Does the pipes mod, and I don't even know if I'd be able to discern that from here. Would the pipes mod, if you have the connection cache, 72, get connections, I don't even know. I don't even know what gives me, what calls this function. Something calls this function. And I can't search for it. For some reason, I'm logged out. I don't know why. I'm not gonna log in now. But the fact it can't find get connections means there's some other object in this tree somewhere that actually tries to pull the connections. Mod capabilities. I have no idea. Codec. What is the code? Like crazy. So glad I don't mod Minecraft. It is so confusing. It's not a net. I thought it might be a net, but this is not a network, like a pipe network. This is all server client IO, basically. Yeah, this is all basically server client IO. Execute server side, yeah. Recipes tags, utils is really not. This is just generic utils. Insert item, extract item. I have no idea. These are just generic. These things don't do anything. Literally, they don't do anything. And then if we look, filter, fluid filter, gas filter, item filter. So those are the filter objects. Main, obviously, is registering event bus, add listener, on register payload handler, queue. I don't have any idea what any of this stuff does. The server and client configs. FML environment is client. Add listener. So that basically registers all the models, register whatever. A lot of this stuff obviously doesn't translate directly. Initialize blocks, items, recipes, containers, tile entities. Yeah, nothing really common setup down here. Register payload handler down here. And then in QIMC, what is IMC? Pipes integration. IMC. Oh, the one probe cat. Well, that's irrelevant. So there's nothing really that registers a tick handler for like the tile entities to simulate. Because I can't even find like how that stuff simulates. Server config. Yeah. Item pipe amount. So I don't know. I don't even know. Where these are used. I can't even. Because you'd think you'd be able to track this down. Item pipe amount. Or item pipe amount basic, whatever. This is just building the config file. That's fine. But you'd think I'd be able to find where this variable server config dot item pipe amount, like where is this variable being used? No idea. Yeah, there's a purring cat in my lap. How long are you going to be here? She will exist in the lap until maximum cat hair is transferred to my lap, and then she leaves. I have no idea. I really wish I could find the code that actually simulated this stuff, but I have no idea. Okay. So we got to start somewhere. Like we have to start somewhere. So protected list. So we go to transport, add class, pipe connection. I don't know why I didn't include that. Just something simple. Let's just do facing. Distance. Right? Basically what this means is I can't directly set these values once they're set. The only way to set these values is in the constructor. It's the only way to do it. They're protected otherwise. I could create a function like set distance, or I could just add a set to this, and the distance would then be overridable. Yeah. Oh, yes. So many of the purrs. Yeah. So many chin scratches. Okay, so coming back here, list pipe connection. Connection. Okay, I'm gonna move this over to my other monitor, just so you know. Okay, now the extraction connection. So detected pipe connection. These are nullable. Okay. Call right after the block entity was spawned or right after it was loaded. Okay. So here's what I've learned about initialize. When you place the block, brand new block, initialize is good to go, right? But if the block is already placed and the chunk is unloaded and you go back to said chunk and it loads it again, it then also runs initialize. But it runs it after the from tree attributes call. So the from tree attributes is called when it loads from disk or when the server informs the client of a change. So the from and to tree attributes are very, very important. So you don't want to just new the connections, because if we're saving them, if they're actually being saved to disk, and that's what we need to talk, or what we need to think about. Should we save any of this stuff to disk? Because if you leave the area and you come back, should you save this stuff?
I would say yes.
Yeah, that's my instinct as well. Because in general, like, we can save pretty, like, an array of booleans, an array of 6 booleans. That's like no information, like, that's dead easy to save and in very little space. Now, a pipe connection, that's a little bit different. Block position, block facing. I mean, there's a lot of variables in terms of the position and the facing. God, that is a really hard thing. Because it would be super easy to rebuild at least the extract, like which sides are disconnected, which sides are extraction. Those actually we can actually save. These are going to be basically 2 arrays of 6 values. So those pretty easy to save. An array of pipe connections. I'm a little hesitant on this one because how does this map to this? Remember, this is going to be basically 6 booleans, true, false. How does this array map to this array? This connections, I think, is essentially the copy. This is the copy of the block positions of the positions that have inserts, right? So this is the function that gets iterated by the extraction sides. But this pipe connection, I don't like, remember, pipe connection has a distance value associated with it. I don't see a need, because pipe connection, remember, block position, facing direction, and distance. Why do we need to save an array of those? We already have which sides are extraction sides. We already have that in this Boolean here. I don't know of a reason to have this, because, you know, index 3 here, like if we have 4 extraction connections in one space, it's not guaranteed to be, you know, up 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be down. The 0, right? If we have, let's say we have 1 extraction connection, just 1 in this array, but it's on the up. So the pipe is below the machine and it's set to extract, but it's the only one. That means this array has only one value in it, which is index 0, but it's actually mapped to up, right? How do you map index 0 to index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4? How is that? How are those connected? I don't think they are. I have no idea. Like if we look at this, '86. $187. Okay. What this look like it's doing. Okay. So that tells me a lot. And you might be looking at this going, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Basically what it's doing is it's declaring this array of the exact same size every time. It's literally saying this array is always going to be 6 items big. But some of those indices are going to be null. Right? So it's going to be just like these Booleans. This is always going to be 6 items here. Always. This is also always going to be 6 items. But do we actually need to store this information? Like, I don't know that we do. Like what? So you can see it's setting, right? Extracting connection cache, direction.values.length. So this is essentially saying how many values are in the direction. Well, obviously there's going to be 6. So that's obvious. So it's a new array of 6 items. Then it looks at all of the different directions for each direction, right? Direction.values for each direction. If it's not extracting, then set it to null in that direction, right? Set it to null. If it is an extraction, then it's not going to be null. It's going to be a new connection. And the connection is going to be distance of 1 for some reason. I think that's the distance value. I wish there was a way to like grow this so I could see like. Anyway, so this is obviously like the level, block position, that direction. So this is like which direction the block is in. It's okay, so it's essentially okay. What it looks like to me is the actual what it's actually saving is the block position of what it's actually connected to. Is extracting. 226. Block entity. Pipe tile entity is extracting. Pipe.is extracting. I'm in the pipe tile. Why do we need literally 2 levels of is extracting? Right? This is calling this one down here. Extracting sides. So what sets extracting size? 296. So what it looks like it's doing is this is not, it's not saving the position of this pipe. It's saving the position of the machine that it's connected to. That's what I think that array does. And it's always going to be 6, length of 6. But it saves the machine or whatever inventory. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. It saves what it's connected to, the block position of what it's connected to. That's what it looks like to me as what it's saving. Position, direction, I'll worry about whatever the handling. I have no idea what to do about that. Get position, get direction. Just these are what I did here. This is those functions. This is how C# handles them with public fields. Pretty straightforward. ToString, I don't even know if I care about that. Although debug wise, that would be probably a wise thing to do. Item handler, get capability. I don't even know what those do. I hate that it's some weird abstract thing. Item handler.block. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, it's like capabilities. You can't forward and back navigating this UI, which sucks. Yeah, a lot of this is mechanism related that's just commented out. So whatever these capabilities are, they've got to be the heavy lifters. It just has to be. So now I'm just super curious. Let's go. I just have to know. I just have to know before we end the stream today. I just have to know what the hell these things do. Item handler, block capability, cache. NeoForge capabilities, block capability, cache. Creates a new instance and registers it to the level. TC. So obviously using generics. Public static block capability create. Okay. I like that there's actually code comments in this. Very, very nice. I hate when I run into a mod and there's 0 code comments. Like, really? Creates a new cache instance with an invalidation listener and registers it to the level. A few details regarding this system. As the block's being invalidated, it might be ready to query it again if you receive okay. In general, don't offer any level access to the listener. The listener itself might be in a chunk that is being unloaded. Block capabilities. You can see how weirdly abstract this object is. I still don't even know what this is supposed to do. Capability? I mean, I understand level and position. Context is like some generic variable. C is obviously a generic. Context, capability. Let's look at capabilities. Capabilities, block capability, and a item capability. Fluid handler, item handler. This is this literally answered 0 of my questions as far as like how this works. capabilities, block capability, capabilities, capability cache. So what's block capability? Gives flexible access to objects of type, code C, located in the world. Access. To get an object of type, use blah blah blah. Query an item handler in the world from a specific side. Level.get capability. This is insanely complex, considering what it's doing. Blocks must invalidate their capabilities whenever they change. Create void, create cited. I have no idea, everybody. No idea how this is supposed to work. How anybody can, like, imagine for a second you are a brand new Minecraft modder. You want to mod Minecraft. And you want to build a machine, or you want to build something that interfaces with a machine. This system is not intuitive. It is not how you would think to interface with something. Capability? Like, what sort of weirdly abstract version? Like, what is that supposed to be? I have no idea what capability is supposed to actually reference. Like how you're supposed to even interface with this. It's almost like it's like a weird version of the block behaviors or block entity behavior, right? In my mind, that's the closest thing to what I'm seeing in terms of like what it's trying to do. Some weird generic block behavior like interface system. It's literally declaring a dictionary type and context, however that whatever that is. Type, class, that's pretty straightforward. But context, what is that? I have no idea. But, you know, the fact that you can actually pull this stuff up and look at it is, I like. Even though it confuses the hell out of me and I have no idea what it's actually doing, very interesting. Very interesting. Again, if anybody has any idea of where the code actually is that moves stuff from A to B, like, let me know, because I'm still at a loss. I still have no idea where it looks, what actual code runs that that moves items from, like, on here's no more capability stuff. Like, what actually runs and moves items and energy, and here's more tick stuff. So this has type, energy pipe, direction, energy storage. So, okay, but where is It's obviously not client side. Type.tick. So get pipe types. It's ticking each pipe. Has type. So it looks at, for some reason, it looks at energy specifically. And only if it's extracting. And then ticks that. Energy storages. So is it energy? Pipe energy storage. Pipes, utils, pipe energy storage. I don't know what is it actually, what energy is it talking about? Utils, pipe energy storage. Pipe energy. So it can store max value integer, which is like 2 billion. But it can't extract, but it can receive. So basically what this is doing, what it looks like, is the pipes actually have an internal buffer. Get max energy stored. But for some reason, it's not actually storing anything. Receive energy. There's your I energy storage. That's basically what I replicated in terms of my I energy, what is it? Electrical block entity right there. That is my version of the universal interface for moving power. This is I tried to include everything I can possibly think of into this. There is one enum that it uses, electrical entity type. So I standardize that. Consumer, producer, storage, those kinds of things. So yeah, it's just like energy pipe type dot instance dot receive dummy item handler. I'm at a loss. Anyway, I hope I'm going to save this because even though this looks like trash, it's still helpful for me to think it through. Obviously we're not going to get something functional today. I was never the plan. But we're making our way through. We're making our way in. Hopefully, we can come in here. Extraction. Obviously, if these things are loaded, I wonder if I can. Yeah, these would be null. So remember, this runs after from tree attributes. So if we actually get values in tree attributes, that means we either A, are the client and we're loading it from the server, or B, we're loading it from a previously unloaded chunk, or we're loading it from the world, which means we do not want to overwrite the values that we get, because the from tree attributes will include the values that are saved. So we don't want to overwrite those. The other thing we need here is a protected long network ID, right? So the block entity will have the network ID of this block. The entire block will have the same network ID, obviously. So here, if extraction connections equals null, then extraction connections equals new pipe connection of 6. Right? Meaning, if extraction connections equals null, that means we loaded from a tree attributes, and there was not a value that we loaded. So we're it's basically like a brand new object. So this is essentially initializing the array with 6 empty items in it. Basically 6 items that are all null. If extraction size equals null, hey, look at that. It just knows. If disconnected size equals null, boom. If any of these are null, initialize them, right? We have to initialize them. And I think Boolean's initialized as false, so it's going to be 6 falses as well as that, 6 falses. And then we're going to need a function, essentially, to detect which directions are actual connections. So maybe, yeah, we have to initialize that here, because when we place it right after it was loaded, I don't know. I'm going to have to think about this. I'm just going to sit. I tend to sit and ponder, just think. And I, spend hours and hours just thinking about these kinds of things and, try to work them out in my head as much as possible. And then by the time I sit back down to code, I usually have at least a temporary map of what to do. But that's going to have to do it for the stream, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by and for all of the comments and all of the help in chat. Very, very appreciated. And I hope to see you all on Saturday when we jump into a multiplayer instance, an iteration of Planet Crafter. I can't immerse myself in vintage engineering or vintage story all the time because I would get tired of it and not want to finish the mod. So obviously we have to do other things to sort of, play. But yeah, so Saturday, some Planet Crafter is planned. And then next Wednesday, hopefully, we'll continue this process. Hopefully, I'll be a little bit further along, and we'll be able to just iterate more and more and more, and get this feature in as much as possible and get it functional eventually. But I'm kind of giving myself like a whole month of this to try to figure this out. It's not a simple thing. So I thank you all for coming by again, and hope to see you all on Saturday.